What is this? What is this? I can feel like, yes, I can relate it with two lungs. And what is this membrane over here? Shall I represent as a diaphragm? And why do we need these lungs? How do we breathe? So hi guys, I think you got something. I got something in my hand. This is a model of respiratory system. And yes, in this session, I'm going to tell you that how it's gonna work. So yes, welcome everyone guys. How are you all? I think you all are fine and doing good at your home. Me, myself, Dr. Madhi is here for you just to be there for the session today that we are going to talk about the life processes. Let's see that what we are going to do in this session. Let's make some more mind maps and so that you can able to hit on your paper on that day. And don't be frightened that ma'am how we are going to cope up in just a small period of time. Just see the important one which I'm going to tell you, and yes, you'll be able to score more than 90. So let's see and let's begin with the topic, that is the life process. So let's see what we are going to have. We are going to see about that what are life, what are the different life processes, what is nutrition, what is nutrients, and we have various number of organisms in the world. So we have nutrition and amoeba, that is a physiorganism which do not have fixed structure and always he love to be alone. And let's see what we have next. Nutrition in human beings. Let's see that how human beings it's gonna get their nutrients. What are the next topics that we are going to study in the next phase? That what is respiration, different type of respiration. Then we are going to have the transportation, how we gonna nutrient from one cell to another. What is the largest connective tissue of the body? And one and on the last that we are going to see what is excretion, what is the metabolic waste, how we gonna rid of this waste, and how we gonna see that how our body works. So there is something interesting. Also, meanwhile, I'll be just telling you some of the relatable diseases also. So let's start with the one. Who is this? He is my friend, but he do not look so happy because life is very unpredictable. Don't you think? Don't you agree with me that life is unpredictable, right? So let's see what is the characteristics of life. How you gonna characterize that whether an organism is living or non-living? And non-living. So let's see how we gonna differentiate. If I'll talk about this guy, he looks sad, but I can see, I can hear what breaths, that is breathing, that he might be stressed, but yes, he's breathing. You know, that once a sentence is there, yes, we are breathing, and yes, life is very precious. We should enjoy our life to the fullest, but in a balanced way. Don't you think that? Don't you agree with me this statement, right? So that I can hear his breaths, that means breathing is one of the characteristic feature. Breathing. And after certain time, I can see the growth. I think, can you just guess a height of this gentleman? I think he's 5'10", but after 3 months he's in growing age because he's just 17 or 18. So after 3 months I can say that yes, his height will be 5'11". So yeah, I can see the growth. Now you cannot expect from iPhone 14 that after 10 years later he'll be giving you iPhone 5. That is reproduction. So you can see in living organism reproduction. I can say the movement. Yes, ma'am, you cannot expect from a table that it can move from one place to another. Yeah, despite you said that, ma'am, it's a moving table, right? So yeah, but we can say the movement is also a characteristics of life. Then excretion. You cannot expect from a non-living thing about these characteristics feature. Sensitivity, if I'll say, if I want to write more, if I want to write a term, that is your sensitivity. That an living organism is responsive to the external stimulus. Sensitivity is also a term that is, we can see it includes in the characteristics of life. So let's move forward. What we are having, that what are life processes? Now here's the term. Ma'am, what is life processes now? Now why these life processes, and why it is important? See, I have told you the characteristics of living, that what you can see in a living organism. Agree with me? Now what are life processes? The life processes, the daily, if I'll say, let's write a definition. I think that will be more clear about it. That yes, definition, that life processes, the daily life routine, activities, which is important, which is daily life activities, which is important, to maintain and sustain life, is called as life processes. So now you can understand. Can you just see this definition which I just wrote it, that the daily life routine activity, the basic and essential activities of life to maintain or sustain in life, that is known as your life processes. So daily life routine activities which are important to maintain and sustain life is called as your life processes. I think is called as life processes. I think now I am clear with the definition. Yes, ma'am, we are clear that the daily life routine that we are walking, we are talking. Now, what is the daily life schedule? You just woke up and just ready for the school, then you study, you back home, you eat, then you play some free fire, or just you'll be just resting, and then after some time again you'll study, again you want again sleep. So this is a life cycle, right? That the daily routine cycle of your life, if I'm trying to tell you in a brief. So this activities need what? These life processes now need what? How you're able to study, what the basic need, what is the basic one that important to maintain these life processes, that is energy, right? To perform life processes, to perform life processes, we need what? Any guesses? We need energy, isn't it? We need energy. And from where we got the energy? That is, ma'am, food. And what in food? That is your nutrients, ma'am. Yes, the nutrients. Nutrients, we actually got energy from these nutrients. Now, ma'am, what is these nutrients? Can you just explain me in brief about it? So, I'm just trying to make the map of it, that to perform a life processes we need energy. And from where we got the energy? We got the energy from the food. And what's in food? What's so special in food that we got the energy? That is your nutrients. Yes, just I want to grab your attention that these are known as nutrients. Now what are these nutrients? Let's see. Let's have a watch it. That what are nutrients? Nutrients are the compounds. Nutrients are the compounds that gives you energy. Not only this, that we are different. We have basically two different type of nutrients. Do you want to know what are they? Seriously? Let me tell you then. Now, this nutrients, let's make a mind map of nutrients. So just my N looks like W, but sorry. Let me make it. Yes, now it's nutrients. Nutrients is divided into the two major part. Can anybody guess it? Yes, I can hear you. That is your micronutrients. Micronutrients and your macronutrients. Macronutrients. I think macro is so macro that they just covered the whole space. Let me just write it again. That macronutrients. Now, what are this micro and macronutrients? Let me tell you a secret of bio, that if you split the terms and then you just see about the meaning, you got the definition of the word. So let's split it and let's see that what we have. If I'll split this term, that is your micro. Micro means, can I say in a smaller amount? Yes, ma'am. So the nutrients which are required, nutrients require in a smaller amount, but essential for the body. Essential for the body. So I think now I am clear with my part that what is micronutrients. Micro means smaller or lesser amount, but that are essential for the body. That comes under your micronutrients. But if I split this, macro means massive and nutrients, that means the nutrients which are needed or which is required by the body in a larger amount. So let's see. Macro means when the nutrients require in a larger amount, but and are essential for the body and essential for the body. So just write and make this one, that what are macronutrients, nutrients require in a larger, if I'll say, I think that is written double, let me just correct this one so that you will understand much better. Now, nutrients require in a larger amount and are essential for the body. So can you just relate the two terms now? That what are micronutrients and what are macronutrients? Now, ma'am, what are the example of it? Ma'am, you didn't mention the example. I'm just giving you the time to click it and just memorize it and make the flow chart like this only. Okay, just make the flow chart like this in your paper and you'll get the marks. So yeah, what are this? These are the nutrients required in a smaller amount but are essential for the body. What are macronutrients? Required in a larger amount for the body. Now, what are the examples, ma'am? Just let me know about the examples. Yes, example of micronutrients. Example of micronutrients are iron, magnesium, calcium, molybdenum, phosphorus, sulfur, etc. These are some of the examples I would like to give you for the micronutrients. And what are the examples of macronutrients? Carbohydrates, fats, and proteins, etc. These are some of the examples of your macronutrients which required in a larger amount by the body for the energy. Now you must be thinking, ma'am, why? What happened if there will be a deficiency? If I'll talk about Fe, that is your iron, that will causes, if it will be deficient of iron, it will cause anemia. Anemia must be common in the females. Later on, I'll be giving you more about information about more for anemia. So let's move forward. What we have next in plate, must be excited. I am very excited that what we are having in the plate. Nutrition. Now, what is this nutrition now? We have talked about the nutrients, but how we got this nutrients? By the process of nutrition. So what is the nutrition? It is the process of acquiring the nutrients by an organism, or it is the process, nutrition, that's down the definition of it, that what is nutrition. It is the mode, it is the mode by which an organism can get its nutrients for energy. So what is nutrition? Nutrition is the mode by which an organism nutrition is the mode by which an organism can get its nutrients for energy. Every organism have a different mode because there are a lot of organisms, right, on this earth. So let's see what are the different modes. If I'll talk about there are two basic modes. If I'll talk about there are two basic modes. If I'll talk about nutrition, there are two different modes. That is your autotrophic and your heterotrophic. Now, ma'am, what is this autotrophic and your heterotrophic? Let's split the term and get the answer. Auto means self. That is, auto means self. So, I can relate this auto means in an autopilot mode. That you can see, have you just traveled in the airplane also? That auto means autopilot mode, that a machine can or an airplane will fly on its own in an autopilot mode. But what does this auto means? Auto means self, that an organism self nutrition. That means organism which can make their own food. So can I write this one as, let me just make it self, and trophic means nutrition over here, nutrition. So can I write it that way, that organisms which can make their own food, with the help of inorganic matter. Now, what is this inorganic matter, ma'am? We are not getting this term. So yes, it's just a secret. Just maintain few suspense of it. Now, what is this hetero? Hetero means other nutrition. That organism, other nutrition. That means organisms which can't make their own food, which can't make their own food. That is known as your heterotrophic mode, heterotrophic nutrition. I'm just explaining the two type of nutrition. We'll see in detail. Let's crack it. Let's warm up. Let's see that. Have you just remember just a small recap that what we have learned till now? So here's the question. Which of the following is the life process? And your time starts now. 10, that is your respiration, excretion, digestion, and I think I know the answer. And here is 3, 2, 1. Yes, the answer is all of above. Yes, ma'am. All of that is respiration, excretion, digestion. They all are life process, ma'am. Right? So, interesting. Chalo. Let's move forward. Types of heterotrophic mode. So what are the different types of heterotrophic mode? Let me explain the type also. We are having a saprotrophic. That is saprotrophic. Then parasitic, and holozoic. These are the three modes. Now, what does the saprotrophic means? The organisms which feed on, here is a group of organisms, which feed on dead and decaying matter is known as your saprotrophs. What are parasitic mode? Which are dependent on living hosts. What is holozoic over here? Holozoic is the one in which an organism perform ingestion and organisms get their nutrition from others organisms. That comes under holozoic nutrition, which perform digestion process, metabolism process, that is metabolic process also done by your holozoic nutrition. We'll see the definition also. I'm just giving you a small rough idea. Now it is important, I'll just start it, that yes, it can be asked that what are the different type of heterotrophic nutrition. It can be asked in 2-mark question, sorry. So let's move forward. Now, what is autotrophic mode of nutrition? Now, what is this autotrophic mode? Let's talk about it in detail. That the mode of nutrition in which an organism prepares its own food is known as your autotrophic nutrition. That means that organisms which are not dependent on other, which can make their own food. Now you must be thinking, that means our mother is also an autotrophic. No, she's also heterotrophic. But yes, the mode of nutrition that can make their own food with inorganic matter. Now, in previous slide, I just tell you that there is a small suspense, that what is an inorganic matter. Inorganic matter, that is your CO2 and your H2O. In the presence of sunlight and chlorophyll. Now, let's see. The organism which carried out autotrophic nutrition are called as autotroph. This is quite natural. Now, autotrophic nutrition is fulfilled the process by the autotroph intake of CO2 and your H2O and convert it into carbohydrates. You can see over here that CO2 is converted into C6H12O6. That is your glucose. Here the splitting of H2O is into O2 plus H2. Now, it is important that this process is happening in the presence of the sunlight. And that process is known as your photosynthesis. Yes, ma'am. That process is known as photosynthesis. Now, what is this photosynthesis? So let's write it down. Photosynthesis, let me just change the pen. Yeah. photosynthesis, right? Now photosynthesis, it is the process, it is the process, it is the process by which green plants, beta, green plants can make their own food with the help of inorganic matter, that is CO2 plus H2O in the presence of sunlight and chlorophyll. So this is the definition that what is photosynthesis. Can I just... Yes. So it is the process by which green plants can make their own food with the help of inorganic matter, that is CO2, H2O, in the presence of sunlight and chlorophyll. This is the definition of the photosynthesis. Photosynthesis is quite important. It might be asking that what is photosynthesis? What are the events of photosynthesis? In the next one, I'll be just explaining in detail. Types of heterotrophic nutrition. Now, what are the different types of heterotrophic nutrition? As we have discussed over here, that what are the different, let me see, that we are having saprophytic nutrition, parasitic nutrition, holozoic nutrition. Now, what is this saprophytic nutrition? Saprophytic nutrition is which basically feed on dead and decaying matter. Example are yeast, mushroom, scavengers, decomposers. These all are what? These all are your saprotrophs. Now, what are this parasitic mode? Parasitic mode, if I'll say, let me just change the color of the pen. And let's see that what a parasitic mode. Parasitic mode in which an organism feed on living host. It can be divided into the two parts, that one is your endoparasite and exoparasite. Now let's hit the magic again. Now what is, split the terms, that is your endoparasite and your exoparasite. Just split the term again I'm just giving you few minutes. And yes, what is endo? Endo means inside the living host. The organisms which live inside the living host is known as your endoparasite. And what are exoparasite? Exoparasite are those organisms which live on the surface of the living host. So if I'll say about the tapeworm, what is tapeworm? Tapeworm is an endoparasite or exoparasite? Just give it a thought. Tapeworm is an endoparasite. And what are the lice? Lice is your exoparasite because it can be seen on the surface. Tapeworm cannot be seen. Okay, but lices can be seen because it is present on the surface of the living host. And what is feed? What they're feeding? They're sharing it nutrients of the host. So yeah, that might be harmful. And what is holozoic nutrition? The ingestion of organic food material. In this process, there will be an ingestion of, as I have told you, that there will be an ingestion of organic food material. Example, human beings, and is one and only our amoeba. So let's move forward. Let's see more about the photosynthesis, right? We have just said that we are just getting a definition of photosynthesis, that it is the, what is the definition? The definition is that it is the process by which plants or green plants can make their own food with the help of or in the presence of sunlight and chlorophyll, and with the help of inorganic matter. So can I frame it again for you? That it is the process by which green plants can make their own food with the help of inorganic matter, that is CO2 plus H2O and plus minerals, and in the presence of sunlight and chlorophyll. Let's see more about in detail that what is the site? What is the site of photosynthesis? Anybody knows it? That what is the site for photosynthesis? For that I would like to draw a leaf, a wonderful leaf. Yes, I want to draw it. And yes, this is leaf. A leaf, there are small pores. I'm just making the bigger pores so that it can be visible for you. These are basically small, these are your guard cells. Right? These are your guard cells. And here is a dot-like structures. What are these dot-like structures? These dot-like structures are your chloroplast. This is your chloroplast. Make a note, it is important. Now what is the site? The site of chloroplast. Now you can make it a note that what is the site? Chloroplast is this site for photosynthesis. It can be asked in one marker. Make a note of it. Make it a star. That yes, it can be asked as your one marker question. That explain or just give the site where photosynthesis takes place. So you have a word. You have the word that is yes, ma'am. Chloroplast is the site for the photosynthesis. But what inside the chloroplast? Are you guys excited? Are you guys curious to know about? So let's make it can I just magnify this chloroplast over here so that you can see much better? Yeah, let's make it here only. Here you can see that chloroplast is a cell organelle, and here you can see a stack-like structures over here. What you can see? A stack-like structures. Now, what is the stack-like structure? Have you seen a coin? Have you seen a bunch of coins? Yeah, just relate that one. Now, these are the coin-like structures. These are the coin-like structures. Now, what are these coin-like structure called? That one coin, that one stack-like structures are known as your thylakoid. They are known as your thylakoid. They are known as your thylakoid. Okay? And that one, these all are known as your grana. These all are known as your grana. And singular is your one stack, that is your granum. Now, what is this? This thylakoid, on this thylakoid, chlorophyll is present. Chlorophyll is present. To be more specific, on the thylakoid membrane. On the thylakoid membrane. To be more specific, what is the location of chlorophyll? That on the thylakoid membrane. On a thylakoid membrane, chlorophyll is present for entrapping what? For entrapping the sunlight. For entrapping the now this is what? This is our sun, sunny sun. Can you just relate the sun? Yeah. For entrapping. Now, for entrapping the light. What is the main chlorophyll? What is the motto of this? What is the function of chlorophyll? For entrapping the sunlight. Now, with the help of this light energy, there will be an ATP formation. There will be an ATP formation. There will be an ATP formation. So can I say in the presence of light, can I say that it is a light reaction? Can I say it is a light reaction? Because in the presence of sunlight means light energy is converted into chemical energy, because ATP, with this sunlight, ATP is formed. So can I say that it is a, can I say it is a light reaction? Now what is this light reaction? It only occurs in the presence of sunlight. In the presence of sunlight. Now, we are clear with this, that what is light reaction? Entrapping of light, and it is converted into chemical energy, that is your ATP, adenosine triphosphate. Now this ATP formation is there. Am I clear? Now back to the diagram. Now in this chloroplast, there is a jelly-like fluid. Now what is this jelly-like fluid, ma'am? Now in this, the jelly-like fluid is known as your stroma. What is this? That jelly-like fluid is known as your stroma. Your stroma. That The jelly-like fluid is stroma. Now, after ATP is formed, there will be formation of food, formation of glucose, formation of glucose with the help of ATP formed in light reaction. Can I name this reaction as your dark reaction? Can I? Because it can be occur in the presence or absence, because it is not a light dependent reaction, because it can occur in the presence or absence of, in the presence or absence of light. Now in this reaction, what is important? Formation of glucose in the dark reaction. Now, what is another difference? That it occurs in light reaction, occurs in grana of the chloroplast. It occurs in grana of the chloroplast, and where this reaction, dark reaction, is happening, it occurs in stroma. It occurs in stroma. It occurs in stroma beta. It occurs in stroma. So here's the difference. Here's you got the difference between your light reaction and your dark reaction also. So let's sum up it, that what is the actual process of photosynthesis? That a green plant can make their own food, that is the glucose, with the help of ATP formed in the light reaction in the grana of the chloroplast. And where does this dark reaction is happening? In the stroma, that is the jelly-like fluid present in the chloroplast. So this is the sum of this whole process is the photosynthesis. That definition comprises all, and I have explained you about that what is the actual process. Can we move forward? Now let's move forward. Structure of stomata. Now, if I say before the structure of stomata, let's see that leaf. If I'll tear a leaf, what I can say, I can see the lower epidermis, I can see the upper dermis. Here you can see this is the chloroplast and air spaces between it, and these are the guard cells. Now, this above the epidermis, upper epidermis, I am having a waxy layer. Let me draw it once more time. There is a waxy layer that is known as cuticle. Cuticle prevents transpiration. Now, ma'am, here's the new term. What is the transpiration? Transpiration is the loss of water. It is the process of loss of water. You can see we are in the table. but later on. That what is the actual process. Now let's see the stomata, and let's see the opening and closing of stomata also. That you can see that these are the guard cells. In the green dot, if I'll say about these green dot are known as your chloroplast. It can be asked, it can be given as your diagram question, that mark it as X. It will be marked as X and you need to tell that what is it. So this is the chloroplast. These green dots are known as your chloroplast. Now let's see the opening and closing also, that what is the closing and opening of stomata. So for that I need to draw the stomata again. Here you can see that these are the guard cells. These are the guard cells which are swelled and chloroplast. Now what is happening? By the process of endoosmosis, that means water moves inside and make it swelled. That process is known as your endoosmosis, and make the stomata open. It will happen in your daytime. It will happen in your daytime. Now what will happen in night? In night, I know my drawing is not so good, so just spare me with that. Now in the night, the stomata become flattened due to exoosmosis. Water moves outside the guard cells and make the stomata close. Are we clear with it? Now, as a plant I would like to discuss about this insectivorous plant. Now what are this insectivorous plant? Insectivorous plant are basically heterotrophic in nature, because that looks very beautiful. That plant looks very beautiful, have a good fragrance also, so that it can attract a insect, because they feed on insects. So that is known as that one plant, that is your heterotrophic. Now let's see about the events of photosynthesis. Make a mark on it. It can be asked in your 3-mark question. That what define photosynthesis, and what can be a question that define photosynthesis. What are the events? What are the main events? And explain with the help of diagram. Diagram. So here's the question and here's the answer. That what are the main events define photosynthesis? I have already told you. Now what is Events. Absorption of light energy by chlorophyll. I have told you that conversion of light into chemical energy and splitting of water molecules into hydrogen and oxygen. Reduction of carbon dioxide into carbohydrates. Because how the reduction takes place, let me show you that CO2 plus H2O in the presence of sunlight, Sl means sunlight, and chlorophyll gives you C6H12O6, that is your glucose, plus O2 as the byproduct that is released through stomata, and H2. So here's the main event of photosynthesis. Can you just repeat with me again? That absorption of light energy by the chlorophyll, conversion of light energy into chemical energy, and splitting of water into hydrogen and oxygen, and third one, reduction of carbon dioxide into carbohydrates. That is important. This can be asked in the paper. Make it a mark, make it a star, and let's move. Now, what are the raw materials used? What are the raw materials? Raw materials that are your, sorry, I thought of that it is a highlighter, but sorry, let me just rub it again. And yeah, I'm just having, yep. So raw materials that are used for photosynthesis, that are sunlight, which can be used to convert it into chemical energy. Chlorophyll, sunlight absorbed by the chloroplast. CO2 enter through the stomata and oxygen is released as a byproduct through stomata on the leaf. Now, where the stomata is present? Upside or downside? It is present beneath the leaf. Water and dissolved minerals like nitrogen, phosphorus, etc. are taken up by the roots from the soil. So these are the raw material used for the photosynthesis. If one is missing, photosynthesis cannot perform. So this is important. So let's move forward. What we have on a plate? Heterotrophic. Now let's go in detail about the heterotrophic. The mode of nutrition in which an organism take up food from other organism is known as your heterotrophic nutrition. Now you must be wondering, ma'am, we already read about it, why we are reading this again? So there I just showed up you the concept mind map that you can make it on paper, but here let's see that what is the exact definition which you can put on. Now, saprophytic, here is some twist also, you'll be loving it, that in saprophytic nutrition the organism secreted digestive juices on the food. Make a mark. Before ingestion, digestion is taking place. The food is digested while it's still not to be ingested. Now, the digested food is then ingested by an organism. All the decomposers follows the saprotrophic nutrition. Now you are getting it, what is actually happening? No ma'am, we couldn't. Now let me explain it in a good way, in my style, that in saprotrophs, what they're actually doing, they basically secreting releases the digestive juices on dead decaying matter to make it digested. Then that the digested food, is now ingested by is now ingested by organism. Ingested by is now ingested by organism. So here you can see that saprotrophs, what they releases the digestive juices. They releases the digestive juices on the dead decaying matter. Then the digested food is now ingested by an organism. That means digestion process is coming forward before ingestion. So let's see more. Some insect like houseflies also follows this mode of nutrition. So here we got one more example, that is the houseflies. Now holozoic nutrition. In holozoic nutrition, the digestion happens inside the body of an organism. And what is the basic difference of saprophytes or saprotrophs and holozoic nutrition? What is the main one? That digestion takes place outside the organism in saprotrophs, and in holozoic nutrition, basically digestion takes place inside the organism. So this is the main difference between in your saprotrophic and your holozoic. Now after the food is ingested, most of the animal follows this mode of nutrition. Okay. Now what is parasitic mode? The parasitic organism which live inside or outside an organism, that is your host, and derives its nutrition from it, that is known as your parasite. This type of mode of nutrition is known as your parasitic nutrition. Example, Cuscuta and ticks. Cuscuta, I have just told you about the animals or the organisms on which there will be an parasite. Cuscuta is an plant parasite, that is your amarbale. That is present. Cuscuta is a plant parasite. Now what is ticks? I think who are dog lovers, who have seen the ticks, that is bloodsuckers that take the nutrients from the dog. Now let's move forward. Lot of things are there. Let me see. Nutrition in amoeba. Nutrition in amoeba. Now we have just read about the different mode of nutrition in heterotrophs and in autotrophs. Now let's move within nutrition in amoeba. Now nutrition in amoeba is a unicellular organism, do not have fixed body structure, fixed body structure, fixed body structure, and they are having a false feet. Known as pseudopodia. Your pseudopods, right? Now how the digestion takes place over here? Let me discuss it. Now this is your food particles. This is your food particle, and these are your pseudopodia. These are all pseudopodia. Now, this must be coming inside by the process of ingestion. Ingestion. Now, after this food come inside, after this food come inside, after this food come inside, it will goes to the food vacuole. It will goes to the food vacuole, okay, for digestion. Then the undigested food I'm represented by blue one. The undigested food comes out by the process of diffusion. Here, how they get its nutrients. Get it? Now, let's move forward. Now, nutrition in Paramecium. It is unicellular. It is also a unicellular. Eukaryote. Have cilia for capturing of food and movement. So here is the Paramecium. Here Paramecium have a hair-like structures known as your cilia and have a oral mouth as well. They're having an oral groove through which food particles come inside. It will again goes to the food vacuole. Digestion will take place and undigested material will be eliminated afterwards. So, what is the difference between the nutrition in amoeba and nutrition in Paramecium? That Paramecium is having a fixed body structure. They have the cilia for the movement, but they are having a pseudopodia. For that, there must be question what is the main function of pseudopodia? That it helps in the capturing of food. It helps in capturing of food and movement. It can be asked in 1 markers, beta. It can be asked in 1 markers. So what is the basic difference between nutrition in amoeba and nutrition in Paramecium? Paramecium is a unicellular eukaryotic cell having cilia for the movement and capturing of food. Okay, so let's move forward. Again, there is a question for a warm-up. Let's see that how much you remember, how much photogenic your memory is. So, which type of nutrition seen in amoeba? It is very easy. Yes, ma'am. Saprophytic? No, ma'am. They feed on dead decaying matter. Autotrophic nutrition? No, ma'am. They can make their own food. Holozoic nutrition? Yes, ma'am. Now you are correct. So, the option C is correct. Okay? Chalo, let's move forward. Nutrition in human beings now. Nutrition is human beings done by your human digestive system. Human being is having complex body structure, multicellular, and having a complex body structure, body structure. So let's see that how the nutrition takes place in you, me, and all the human beings, all the Homo sapiens. Here's the human digestive system. This diagram you must be drawing from your class 8th or maybe class 6th. You can see it starts from mouth and it will end up to an anus. That will be human digestive system. Consists of alimentary canal and your accessory organs. Now, what is this alimentary canal? What are these accessory organs? Let me help you with that. Now, what is this alimentary canal? It is a hollow tube-like structure. Hollow tube-like structure having two openings. One is anterior, that is your mouth. Anterior means front. Second one is your posterior, that is your anus. So it is a track, and the track follows like it goes mouth, pharynx, esophagus, stomach, small intestine, large intestine, rectum, and finally your anus. This is a passage of the alimentary canal. All clear? Shall we move forward? Yes, ma'am. What is alimentary canal? You can see here that it starts from oral cavity and it ends up to an anal opening. Now, what is ingestion? Before ingestion, what is digestion first of all? right? We have learned about the alimentary canal, accessory organs. That is not. Now, what is this accessory organs? Let me give you a clue. We'll be brief in later on that what are accessory organs. Accessory organs are those organs which may help in digestion, but the food may not pass into it. Okay, that is known as your accessory organs. And before starting, let me discuss about the digestion. Now, what is this digestion? Now, digestion is a chemical process, beta. Digestion is a chemical process. It is a chemical process. It is a chemical process by which food breakdown or the complex by which complex food break down into complex food. I know my eggs don't look like eggs, but never mind. My complex food break down into simpler ones so that it can absorb by the body. It can absorb by the body. Now you must be thinking, ma'am, how it is possible? Now let's relate it with this life example. Suppose you met a new friend. One day he or she is very happy. Another day she may not be happy. She must be cranky all the time. So will you become his or her friend? Because no, you'll not. Because you can't understand the mindset. You cannot predict the person. That means you cannot rely on that person. You will not make friend. You will not make that person a friend, right? Same as it is. Can you relate that example with this? The complex food contain all the nutrients, proteins, minerals, vitamins, fats. Body will become confusing. So for the segregation of all the nutrients, digestion is the process. For segregation of all the nutrients, like this is a chain of protein, this is a chain of fats, now it can absorb by the body, right? So let's move forward. Ingestion. Now, digestion includes 5 steps. What are these 5 steps? Ingestion. How will the food digest? Ingestion. Let me give you the 5 steps first of all. That is ingestion, digestion, absorption, assimilation, and egestion. 1. So this is 1, this is 2, 3, 4 and 5 steps. 5 fingers, 5 steps. Remember that. So we'll start with the ingestion. Ingestion means taken food. Here you can see sushi, noodles. Must be yummy, na? I'm also feeling like hungry now. So yeah, this is taken food by the body, taken food, and this process is done in your oral cavity. We'll be seeing how well our food is going to digest. Now, how will food is going to digest? This is the task. Now, in ingestion, In ingestion, taken food and break down into small pieces, into small fragments, or break down into small fragments into small fragments is called ingestion. Now, what is the site for ingestion? Site for ingestion? Mouth. Now, only mechanical digestion takes place. In the process of ingestion, only mechanical digestion, that means no chemical reaction will take place. Only mechanical digestion takes place in mouth. Done? Now, what are these accessory organs? As I've told you that it might be, now they'll be helping in digestion, but the food will not pass through it. Example, what are the accessory organs? Are liver, pancreas, and your salivary glands. About the salivary glands, I'll be just telling you detail in mouth. Okay, so here you can see there is a liver, your pancreas, and in the oral cavity we are having salivary glands. So, shall we move forward? Yes, mouth. Mouth is also known as your buccal cavity. Agree? Yes, ma'am, agree. Now this buccal cavity consists of teeth, tongue, salivary glands. Teeth, tongue, and salivary glands. Now, teeth do the process of mastication. Beta. Mastication means chewing. Tongue is a muscular structure, beta. Tongue is a muscular structure. Tongue is a muscular structure. Help in mixing of food and swallowing. Mixing of food and swallowing. And what is the main function of salivary gland? To secrete saliva. Now let's see what is the actual mechanism of the oral cavity. Let's see. Let's do turn by turn. First we'll discuss about the teeth. Now, teeth in humans, we're having a formula 2123. That is 2123. It can ask in your 1 mark question. Now, two are incisors. One is lateral incisor 2 is premolars, and 3 are the molars. So what are the dental formula? 2, 1, 2, 3. 2 are the incisors, 1 is lateral incisor, 2 is premolar, and 3 are molars. Now, what is the hardest material of the body? Anybody is having anything that you can think of? Hardest material is known as enamel. Enamel. It is highly mineralized and the hardest substance of the body. Hardest substance of the body. That is your enamel. Outermost layer helps in protection. It helps in protection. Inside the enamel, there is another protective layer. There is another protective layer. Another protective layer known as dentine. Known as dentine. Dentine. Okay, that is your dentine. Done? Just make the diagram, please, here. Just make the diagram here. That is dentine. Now, it is also protective layer, beta. It is also protective layer. It is also a protective layer. It is also a protective layer. Which one? That is your dentine. That is your dentine. Inside the dentine we are having heart. What we are having? Heart. That contains your all the blood capillaries, your nerves, your sensation, because dentine and enamel are the dead cells, having a dead cells. Now here is the heart, because we're having this is known as your heart. That is your pulp. This is known as your pulp. This is known as pulp. That contain your all the blood vessels. That contain your blood vessels. BV means blood vessels, and it provides the nutrients. And it provides the nutrition. Provides the nutrition. Done? Done? Shall we move forward? This is the layers of the teeth. Okay, wherever the caries. Now there must be in your NCRT there is a common note that what are caries. Caries, what are the caries? They're the organisms. Caries are basically they are done by the bacteria. The most common is Streptococcus mutans. Streptococcus mutans, which start decaying, demineralizing these layers. Okay, that is known as your caries. After, when you feel pain, that means they have demineralized enamel, demineralized dentine, and they reach definitely to pulp. Now they are infecting the pulp. And to prevent from caries, we'll be having fillers. Basically, we'll be doing fillers or the common RCT. If it may reach to the pulp, then the treatment is RCT, root canal treatment. Root canal treatment. That is your RCT. Done? Done? Shall we move forward? Now, after teeth, we'll be having tongue. We'll be having tongue. Tongue is a U-shaped structure divided into anterior 2/3, anterior 2/3, and posterior 1/3, and posterior 1/3. On the tongue, there are thousands of taste buds. Thousand of taste buds. Which helps in detecting the taste of the food. Okay, that is your tongue. Tongue is divided into anterior 2/3 and posterior 1/3. It is highly muscular structure, helps in, and which is basically supplied. The nerve supply is hypoglossal nerve, if I'll talk about, but that is not necessary because that will not come in your exam. Yeah. So what is the function? Function is swallowing of food, swallowing of food, and mixing of food with saliva. So this is the main function of the tongue. These are the main function of the tongue. Now let's start with the salivary glands. Salivary glands. Now, what are these salivary glands? Salivary glands are basically three types of glands: parotid, submandibular, and sublingual. Sublingual gland. Sublingual gland. Now this parotid gland is the largest gland. And also salivary glands are major salivary glands and the minor salivary glands. So these are the major salivary glands, and minor one is under the tongue. Now parotid gland is the largest gland. It is located just behind the mastoid process. Now what is this mastoid, ma'am? We don't know the mastoid, ma'am. Process. Now what is mastoid process? Behind your ear, you can see there is a protrusion over here. You can feel it. You can just feel that, and just behind it here, just above, just in front of it, there is a parotid gland. Okay. Now submandibular gland is present in submandibular region. Sublingual is just under your tongue is your sublingual gland. Okay, let's move forward. So let's see about the esophagus now. Now what is esophagus? Esophagus is a passage. Write it down. Esophagus. It is a passage. Of mouth to stomach. Or can I say that it is a connector from mouth to stomach? Now, the size is, the length is 25 centimeter, and which animal has the longest esophagus? You need to tell me now. Okay, now let's move forward about it. That at the end of this esophagus, there is an splinter. That splinter name is esopharyngeal splinter. Esopharyngeal splinter. Now, what this splinter do? It basically managing the entry of food coming from the esophagus to the stomach. Now, if I'll talk about the infants do not have that well developed this esopharyngeal splinter. So what will happen? There will be an chances of reflex action. Right? There will be an esopharyngeal reflex action. So to prevent it, that is why they have a habit of ducky. Right? So that is for the digestion, for the proper digestion. So that is basically followed by this esopharyngeal splinter. Some new concept, huh? I think, ma'am, now it's getting more intense now. Exactly. So what is the esophagus? Let me just sum up this. That esophagus is a passage from mouth to the stomach, and it do not secrete anything. No secretion basically. No secretion. And you can see over here that 1/3 of this esophagus is voluntary. That means we can control it, but rest not. We'll talk about the movement, that is peristalsis movement. Peristalsis movement. Now, what is this peristalsis movement? Which includes the contraction and relaxation of the smooth muscle. Peristalsis movement is basically observed in esophagus as well as your small intestine. Now let's move forward. Let's see what we have in the plate. Now the stomach. Now stomach is a J shape like this bag-like organ. Now if I'll see, sorry, spare my drawing, but yeah. Now if I'll talk about yes, if I'll talk about stomach now. Stomach is a hollow bag-like structure Now this is divided into the 4 major part. That is, the first part is fundus, cardiac, body, and pylorus. Now these are the 4 regions of stomach. Now let's back to the theory and let's see that stomach is a hollow. Let me just pick up my highlighter, and to be specific, let's pick up some light color. Stomach is a bag-like structure. Stomach is a bag-like structure or organ, highly muscular, and the walls of stomach helps in churning of food. Now, what is this churning of food? Have you ever noticed about that mixture in your kitchen? That what is the function of that mixture? To grind. So here also the grinding of the food is there. So what is the main function? Grinding of food. Now the walls of the stomach secrete hydrochloric acid. Now that acid pH is 1.5. That acid pH is 1.5. That is highly acidic. Now what is the function of this hydrochloric acid? The main function of this hydrochloric acid, that it basically prevents, or it basically kills the microorganisms. It kills the germs, and it also shows the antibacterial action also, which may be present in food. So basically it protects the body from the microbial invasion. Now moreover, it makes the medium inside the stomach as acidic. So it basically activates the pepsinogen. It basically activates the pepsinogen. That is, let me write it in a appropriate. While becoming the medium more acidic, then it needs to activate the pepsinogen. Now the acidic medium is necessary for gastric enzymes to work. That is your gastric enzyme. The enzyme pepsin secreted in the stomach does the partial digestion of the protein. Now ma'am, what is this? Now let me tell you one thing, that when food enter the stomach, then basically food is now become the bolus in the mouth, because in mouth saliva is mixed with food. That food become bolus. Now when the bolus passes the stomach, then the bolus plus HCl forming the chyme. That is chyme. Now what is happening? That pepsin that is activated in the acidic medium, helps in the partial digestion of protein into peptones and peptides. Moving to the mucus secreted by the walls. Now when the medium become acidic, what is the basic one thing? Now that acid can harm the walls of the stomach as well. Now how the stomach will prevent itself? How? Just let me know. It will prevent while secreting the mucus. Mucus is basic in nature. Okay, it is basic in nature. The stomach sees the inner lining of the stomach not getting damaged from the hydrochloric acid. There is one condition: if sometimes the medium is so acidic that it might get hurt the inner lining, that causes ulcers. That ulcer is called as peptic ulcer. Now what is this ulcer, ma'am? We didn't connect this word, that is your ulcer. Ulcer is a breaching of mucous membrane is known as your ulcer. What is ulcer? Ulcer is a breaching of mucous membrane. It's called as ulcer. Now let's move forward, that what are the gastric enzymes. So here you can see that pepsin is a gastric enzyme, HCl and mucus, it is released by these are the gastric juices. Now pepsin, what the pepsin will do? Pepsin will now pepsin Now what do pepsin do? Pepsin breaks the protein into peptones and peptides What is HCl? Makes medium acidic. HCl, what is the main function? There are two main functions. It acts as an antibacterial as well as it makes the medium acidic. So what are the two major functions? The first main function, it might be asked in your exam as well, what is the function of HCl? So it make the medium acidic. Also, it make the medium acidic, and it done the antibacterial or antimicrobial action This is the function of HCl. Done? Shall we move forward? Yes. Now, stomach will have a small intestine. The average length is approximately 6.7 meter long coiled tube. It is a coiled tube divided into three major sections. That is, first section, that is a C-shaped, is known as duodenum. The second is duodenum, and the third one is your ileum. Now, what is the duodenum? Duodenum is a C-shaped structure in which the hepatopancreatic duct opens. Hepatopancreatic duct open. Also, by duodenum, what is duodenum? It is highly vascularized. Now the digestion will start in duodenum and duodenum. Ileum is basically left for the absorption or digestion of vitamins, vitamin B12. Good bacteria is also present at your iliac region or your ileum region, right? So these are the main three parts of the small intestine. Duodenum is a first that basically connects the stomach to the small intestine. This is the first part where the hepatopancreatic duct. Now, what is this hepatopancreatic duct? This is a suspense that I will be showing you in the upcoming session. That hepatopancreatic duct opens into this duodenum. Also, now the complete digestion process takes place in duodenum and duodenum. And ileum region is basically for the absorption or the digestion of your vitamins, just like vitamin B12, etc. Now let's move forward. Let's see the large intestine. Now this large intestine is wide and it divided into ascending colon, transverse colon, descending colon, and your sigmoid colon. You can see. Now, just below the ascending colon, there is a pouch-like structure. Can you just appreciate this? Pouch-like structure? This is known as appendix. Appendix is a vestigial organ that earlier it used to help in digestion of earlier earlier it used it used it used it is used earlier it was used for the digestion of cellulose. That is interesting, ma'am. Cellulose. Seriously. Because in is earlier time, you have been seeing that earlier we used to have the uncooked food. We have a diet of uncooked food. But now we are moving to a cooked food. So the amount of cellulose in the body is going to be a less. That is why your appendix is a vestigial organ. Here is a very common disease, that is your appendicitis, that is inflammation of appendix that causes extreme abdomen pain. That is more common to basically children also. So yeah, that in that way we have to eliminate the appendix. So here is now, what is the function of large intestine? It mainly help in the absorption of water. Absorption of water now it help in the absorption of water. Now we have seen the structure of small intestine as well as the large intestine. Let's see the working of small intestine. Now, how the digestion takes place. Now this is important. It may be asked that how the process of digestion takes place. So this is very important. You need to see that it can be asked in 3 markers as well as 5 mark question, that how the digestion takes place in small intestine. First of all, intestinal enzyme released. Intestinal enzyme released in the small intestine. Now the carbohydrates will reduce to glucose, because glucose is the simplest form. Fats will broke down to fatty acids plus glycerol. That is also a soluble unit for the body. If I talk about the protein is break down into amino acids. Now how it's gonna work, that in small intestine, villi helps in the absorption of food into blood. That is a finger like projection. Ma'am, you haven't told me about the small intestine yet. Now, in small intestine, there is a finger-like projections. There are a finger-like projection over here that is used for to increase finger-like projection to increase the surface area for absorption of food, of digested food. Now small intestine, you can see that receive the secretion. Now small intestine receives the secretion from the liver as well. Ma'am, that is a necessary organ. But what is a liver? Liver basically helps in the secretion of bile, because it produces bile, right? Now when it receives the bile juice, what will bile do? Bile basically help in breakdown of large fat molecules into small globules, large globules to smaller globules. That is done by bile. Now large globules emulsify into small globules. Now what does pancreas do? Pancreas also accessory organ. Now pancreatic juice is it releases, even amylase also released. Okay, now amylase is also released. amylase is also released. Now, trypsin do the protein into peptones, lipase will do fats into glycerol, and amylase will do just a second. Amylase will do starch into maltose. Starch into maltose. So this is done by in the presence of amylase. Now these are the three pancreatic juices, that is your trypsin, lipase, and your amylase. Now here the amylase, what is amylase is doing? Amylase is doing, it helps in the breakdown of starch into maltose. Done. Now let's see about the liver. Let's see about liver first, then we'll come to anus. Now what is this liver? Liver is a 1.5 kg largest gland. The structural functional unit of liver is hepatocytes. That is the structural and functional unit. Now, above this liver, there is a small pouch-like structure. Called as gallbladder. Can you appreciate this? This is a small pouch-like structure. Gallbladder. What is the function of gallbladder? What is the function of gallbladder? What is the function of gallbladder? Gallbladder stores bile. Now this organ is divided into your right lobe and your left lobe. In your right and your left lobe. It is also divided by ligaments also. Now, I need to tell you what is hepatopancreatic duct. So just see it that there is hair. Where is hair? Yeah. Okay. Exactly. Now, see this part. Here is a duct coming. There's a duct coming from liver, is known as hepatic duct. Known as hepatic duct. Now, what is the function of this hepatic duct? It basically carries bile. And the duct which is situated to the gallbladder, that is known as cystic duct. Which is situated to gallbladder. Now, Now, the duct coming from gallbladder is your cystic duct. Is your cystic duct, which carries bile, and the duct coming from liver, that is hepatic duct. These both called as common bile duct. Common bile duct. This goes to the pancreas. This duct will goes to the pancreas. Now the pancreatic duct, which is coming from pancreas, this is known as pancreatic duct. Now, common bile duct plus pancreatic duct is known as hepatopancreatic duct. Now it's clear that what is hepatopancreatic duct. Now this hepatopancreatic duct opens into small intestine. Now this is, you can make it in your paper if it will ask you that what is hepatopancreatic duct. Now let's move forward. Pancreas is a heterocline gland. It is a heterocline gland. Now why it is known as heterocline gland? Because it has both the secretions of endocrine as well as exocrine. Ma'am, this is little confusing now, ma'am. Now, endocrine glands are those glands which do not have duct, that is ductless secretion. Now here the ductless secretion is what, ma'am? Ductless secretion is your insulin. Is insulin. Ductless secretion is insulin. That basically regulates the blood sugar level. That regulates the blood sugar level. Now, what does this exocrine means, ma'am? Exocrine means what? Exocrine here is having duct. That will be, they are secreting a pancreatic juices for the digestion. That is why it is known as heterocline gland. Done. And here the part you can see: head, neck, body and the tail. A very famous one is died due to pancreatitis. Now pancreatitis is very common, but yeah, that is a one male, and all of us love him. Apple, who was the head of Apple? Steve Jobs. Not Steve Jobs. It's Steve Jobs. Yeah. So let's see about the esophagus now. Now, what is esophagus? Esophagus is a passage. Write it down. Esophagus. It is a passage. Of mouth to stomach. Or can I say that it is a connector from mouth to stomach? Now, the size is, the length is 25 centimeter, and which animal has the longest esophagus? You need to tell me now. Okay, now let's move forward about it. That at the end of this esophagus, there is an splinter. That splinter name is esopharyngeal splinter. Esopharyngeal splinter. Now, what this splinter do? It basically managing the entry of food coming from the esophagus to the stomach. Now, if I'll talk about the infants do not have that well developed this esopharyngeal splinter. So what will happen? There will be an chances of reflex action, right? There will be an esopharyngeal reflex action. So to prevent it, that is why they have a habit of ducky, right? So that is for the digestion, for the proper digestion. So that is basically followed by this esopharyngeal splinter. Some new concept, huh? I think, ma'am, now it's getting more intense now. Exactly. So what is the esophagus? Let me just sum up this. That esophagus is a passage from mouth to the stomach, and it do not secrete anything. No secretion basically. No secretion. And you can see over here that 1/3 of this esophagus is voluntary. That means we can control it, but rest not. We'll talk about the movement, that is peristalsis movement. Peristalsis movement. Now what is this peristalsis movement? Which includes the contraction and relaxation of the smooth muscle. Peristalsis movement is basically observed in esophagus as well as your small intestine. Now let's move forward. Let's see what we have in the plate. Now the stomach. Now stomach is a G shape like this bag-like organ. Now if I'll see, sorry, spare my drawing, but yeah. Now if I'll talk about yes, if I'll talk about stomach now. Stomach is a hollow bag-like structure Now this is divided into the 4 major parts. That is, the first part is fundus, cardiac, body, and pylorus. Now these are the 4 regions of stomach. Now let's back to the theory and let's see that stomach is a hollow. Let me just pick up my highlighter, and to be specific, let's pick up some light color. Stomach is a bag-like structure. Stomach is a bag-like structure or organ, highly muscular, and the walls of stomach helps in churning of food. Now what is this churning of food? Have you ever noticed about that mixture in your kitchen? That what is the function of that mixture? To grind. So here also the grinding of the food is there. So what is the main function? Grinding of food. Now the walls of the stomach secrete hydrochloric acid. Now that acid pH is 1.5. That acid pH is 1.5. That is highly acidic. Now what is the function of this hydrochloric acid? The main function of this hydrochloric acid, that it basically prevents, or it basically kills the microorganisms. It kills the germs, and it also shows the antibacterial action also, which may be present in food. So basically it protects the body from the microbial invasion. Now, moreover, it makes the medium inside the stomach as acidic. So it basically activates the pepsinogen. It basically activates the pepsinogen. Pepsinogen. That is, let me write it in a appropriate. While becoming the medium more acidic, then it needs to activate the pepsinogen. Pepsinogen. Now, the acidic medium is necessary for gastric enzymes to work. That is your gastric enzyme. The enzyme pepsin secreted in the stomach does the partial digestion of the protein. Now, ma'am, what is this? Now, let me tell you one thing, that when food enter the stomach, then basically food is now become the bolus in the mouth, because in mouth saliva is mixed with food. That food become bolus. Now when the bolus passes the stomach, then the bolus plus HCl forming the chyme. That is chyme. Now what is happening? That pepsin that is activated in the acidic medium, helps in the partial digestion of protein into peptones and peptides. Moving to the mucus secreted by the walls. Now when the medium become acidic, what is the basic one thing? Now that acid can harm the walls of the stomach as well. Now how the stomach will prevent itself? How? Just let me know. It will prevent while secreting the mucus. Mucus is basic in nature. Okay, it is basic in nature. The stomach saves the inner lining of the stomach not getting damaged from the hydrochloric acid. There is one condition: if sometimes the medium is so acidic that it might get hurt the inner lining, that causes ulcers. That ulcer is called as peptic ulcer. Now, what is this ulcer, ma'am? We didn't connect this word, that is your ulcer. Ulcer is a breaching of mucous membrane is known as your ulcer. What is ulcer? Ulcer is a breaching of mucous membrane. It's called as ulcer. Now let's move forward, that what are the gastric enzymes. So here you can see that pepsin is a gastric enzyme, HCl and mucus, it is released by these are the gastric juices. Now pepsin, what the pepsin will do? Pepsin Now what do pepsin do? Pepsin breaks the protein into peptones and peptides What is HCl? Makes medium acidic. HCl, what is the main function? There are two main functions. It acts as an antibacterial as well as action, as well as it makes the medium acidic. So what are the two major functions? The first main function, it might be asked in your exam as well. What is the function of HCl? So it make the medium acidic. Also, it make the medium acidic, and it done the antibacterial or antimicrobial action This is the function of HCl. Done? Shall we move forward? Yes. Now, stomach will have a small intestine. The average length is approximately 6.7 meter long coiled tube. It is a coiled tube divided into three major sections. That is, first section, that is a C-shaped, is known as duodenum. The second is duodenum, and the third one is your ileum. Now, what is the duodenum? Duodenum is a C-shaped structure in which the hepatopancreatic duct opens. Hepatopancreatic duct open. Also, by duodenum, what is duodenum? It is highly vascularized. Now the digestion will start in duodenum and duodenum. Ileum is basically left for the absorption or digestion of vitamins, vitamin B12. Good bacteria is also present at your iliac region or your ileum region, right? So these are the main three parts of the small intestine. Duodenum is a first that basically connects the stomach to the small intestine. This is the first part where the hepatopancreatic duct. Now, what is this hepatopancreatic duct? This is a suspense that I will be showing you in the upcoming session. That hepatopancreatic duct opens into this duodenum. Also, now the complete digestion process takes place in duodenum and duodenum. And ileum region is basically for the absorption or the digestion of your vitamins, just like vitamin B12, etc. Now let's move forward. Let's see the large intestine. Now this large intestine is wide and it divided into ascending colon, transverse colon, descending colon, and your sigmoid colon. You can see. Now, just below the ascending colon, there is a pouch-like structure. Can you just appreciate this? Pouch-like structure? This is known as appendix. Appendix is a vestigial organ that earlier it used to help in digestion of earlier earlier it used it used it used it is used earlier it was used for the digestion of cellulose. That is interesting, ma'am. Cellulose. Seriously. Because in is earlier time, you have been seeing that earlier we used to have the uncooked food. We have to intake. We have a diet of uncooked food. But now we are moving to a cooked food. So the amount of cellulose in the body is going to be a less. That is why your appendix is a vestigial organ. Here is a very common disease, that is your appendicitis, that is inflammation of appendix that causes extreme abdomen pain. That is more common to basically children also. So yeah, that in that way we have to eliminate the appendix. So here is now what is the function of large intestine? It mainly help in the absorption of water. Absorption of water, now it help in the absorption of water. Now we have seen the structure of small intestine as well as the large intestine. Let's see the working of small intestine. Now, how the digestion takes place. Now this is important. It may be asked that how the process of digestion takes place. So this is very important. You need to see that it can be asked in 3 markers as well as 5 mark question, that how the digestion takes place in small intestine. First of all, intestinal enzyme released. Intestinal enzyme released in the small intestine. Now the carbohydrates will reduce to glucose, because glucose is the simplest form. Fats will broke down to fatty acids plus glycerol, that is also a soluble unit for the body. If I talk about the proteins, protein is break down into amino acids. Now how it's gonna work, that in small intestine, villi helps in the absorption of food into blood. That is a finger like projection. Ma'am, you haven't told me about the small intestine yet. Now in small intestine there is a finger like projections. There are a finger like projection over here that is used for to increase finger like projection to increase the surface area for absorption of food, of digested food. Now small intestine, you can see that receive the secretion. Now small intestine receives the secretion from the liver as well. Ma'am, that is an accessory organ. But what is a liver? Liver basically helps in the secretion of bile, because it produces bile, right? Now when it receives the bile juice, what will bile do? Bile basically help in breakdown of large fat molecules into small globules, large globules to smaller globules. That is done by bile. Now large globules emulsify into small globules. Now what does pancreas do? Pancreas also accessory organ. Now pancreatic juice is it releases, even amylase also released. Okay, now amylase is also released. amylase is also released. Now, trypsin do the protein into peptones, lipase will do fats into glycerol, and amylase will do just a second. Amylase will do starch into maltose. Starch into maltose. So this is done by in the presence of amylase. Now these are the three pancreatic juices, that is your trypsin, lipase, and your amylase. Now here the amylase, what is amylase is doing? Amylase is doing, it helps in the breakdown of starch into maltose. Done. Now let's see about the liver. Let's see about the liver first, then we'll come to anus. Now what is this liver? Liver is a 1.5 kg largest gland. The structural functional unit of liver is hepatocytes that is the structural and functional unit. Now above this liver there is a small pouch-like structure. Called as gallbladder. Can you appreciate this? This is a small pouch-like structure, gallbladder. What is the function of gallbladder? What is the function of gallbladder? What is the function of gallbladder? Gallbladder stores bile. Now this organ is divided into your right lobe and your left lobe. In your right and your left lobe. It is also divided by ligaments also. Now, I need to tell you what is hepatopancreatic duct. So just see it that there is hair. Where is hair? Yeah. Okay. Exactly. Now, see this part. Here is a duct is coming. Here is a duct coming from liver is known as hepatic duct. Known as hepatic duct. Now what is the function of this hepatic duct? It basically carries bile. And the duct which is situated to the gallbladder, that is known as cystic duct. Which is situated to gallbladder. Now Now, the duct coming from gallbladder is your cystic duct. Is your cystic duct, which carries bile, and the duct coming from liver, that is hepatic duct. These both called as common bile duct. Common bile duct. This goes to the pancreas. This duct will goes to the pancreas. Now the pancreatic duct, which is coming from pancreas, this is known as pancreatic duct. Now, common bile duct plus pancreatic duct is known as hepatopancreatic duct. Now it's clear that what is hepatopancreatic duct. Now this hepatopancreatic duct opens into small intestine. Now this is, you can make it in your paper if it will ask you that what is hepatopancreatic duct. Now let's move forward. Pancreas is a heterocline gland. It is a heterocline gland. Now why it is known as heterocline gland? Because it has both the secretions of endocrine as well as exocrine. Ma'am, this is little confusing now, ma'am. Now, endocrine glands are those glands which do not have duct, that is ductless secretion. Now here the ductless secretion is what, ma'am? Ductless secretion is your insulin. Is insulin. Ductless secretion is insulin. That basically regulates the blood sugar level. That regulates the blood sugar level. Now, what does this exocrine means, ma'am? Exocrine means what? Exocrine here is having duct. That will be, they are secreting a pancreatic juices for the digestion. That is why it is known as heterocline gland. That is why it is known as heterocline gland. Done. And here the part you can see: head, neck, body and the tail. A very famous one is died due to pancreatitis. Now pancreatitis is very common, but yeah, that is a one male, and all of us love him. Apple, who was the head of Apple? Steve Jobs. Not Steve Jobs. It's Steve Jobs. Yeah. So the Steve Jobs is the one who died because of pancreatitis. So let's move forward. So let's start with the last one, the last point. That is your anus. That is the posterior opening where the undigested where the undigested food is released. That process is known as egestion. And in the form of feces, it will remove out. Move out. So this is the last portion of the first life process, that is your digestion. In the next one, we'll be starting with the respiration. So what are the main questions which can come from the digestion is that what is the main function of small intestine, where the actual point of digestion, that is the small intestine, takes place. So what is the main point from where the digestion start? That is your mouth, right? So this is the whole question, that what is small intestine, what is the finger-like projection called, that is known as villi, and in which point does the digestion takes place? That point is your small intestine, and to be more precise, that is duodenum and jejunum. So let's start with the respiration. So let's see some rapid fire again. So yeah, we have done one life process, that is your digestion. So what is the first question here? What is the function of villi? Ma'am, excretion? No, ma'am. Breakdown of food? No, ma'am. Then increase the surface area? Yes, now you are, ma'am, you're on the point. Yes, this is the one which increase the surface area, that is villi. Villi are the finger-like projections, that increase the surface area, for absorption. And the next one, all of above? No, ma'am. The answer is C. C is the correct answer. Let's move again. What is mucus? We already discussed. Just let me know. What is mucus, please? I am waiting for your answer. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Get it. Now, mucus is a protective. It is secreted. Mucus, it is secreted to neutralize the HCl and protect the inner lining of stomach. It can be asked in, it can be secreted to neutralize the HCl and protect the lining of stomach. It can be asked as 1 marker question, beta. It can be asked at 1 marker question. Let's move forward. What are endoparasites? Beta, endoparasites are those organisms which extract and lives inside, which extract nutrition, write it down, which extract nutrition and lives inside the living host. The living hosts. Now these are the endoparasites. Nice. Let's move forward. What is the function of gallbladder? Gallbladder. Yes, it is a pouch-like structure, ma'am. Yes, it is a pouch-like structure. It is a pouch-like structure. Pouch-like structure. Pouch-like structure that stores bile. That stores bile. Can we live? Can you just let me know that? Can we live without gallbladder? If there will be no gallbladder, what will be the life? This is a question for you and I'm waiting for your answers. So yeah, let's move forward. So what is the function of gallbladder? It stores bile. It stores bile. Done? Let's move to the next question. What is the structure of stomach? Stomach is a J-shaped hollow. It is a hollow. It is a hollow. It is a hollow J-shaped structure. J-shaped structure. J-shaped structure that stored food for 3 to 4 hours. That stored food for 3 to 4 hours. And what is the main function of stomach? Partial digestion of proteins, 10% of fats, 10% of fats, and digestion of renin also. Renin is present in milk. Digestion of renin. 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 So, this is the structure of stomach. Stomach won't look like stomach though. This wala line is not agree that it's a stomach. But let me try one more time. Now it's relatable. It can be relatable now. Respiration now. What is respiration? What is respiration? Respiration is the chemical process. It is a chemical process of breakdown of food. Is it so, ma'am? Of breakdown of food. And energy is released. And energy is released. Now, it is a chemical process of breakdown of food and energy is released. Ma'am, but what is the function? Then why is digestion? Because in both the cases, breaking down of food is there. Basically, it is the breaking down of food that is a digested one. The body which has already absorbed the nutrients in the form of glucose. So it is basically a breakdown of glucose, and from that glucose energy is released, which is basically sent to the cell for performing the life process. Ultimately, what is happening? We need energy so that we can perform our life processes. And I already told you about it, that digested. Basically, I told you about that from where we got the energy, from the food. From the food what we have? The nutrients. From the nutrients we get the energy. So now, first of all, in the digestion process, I segregate all the nutrients and that nutrients is absorbed by the small intestine. That is, the absorption process takes place. What is assimilation? When the absorbed food is going to the bloodstream so that every cell can receive its nutrients. That process is known as what? Assimilation. Now if I'll talk about the ingestion, the undigested food. The undigested food is removed. The undigested food is now removed from the body. Now the digested food in the form of glucose is present. Now the process, it is a chemical process of breakdown of food and energy is released. That process is known as respiration. Now it is a multi-step process, beta. It is a multi-step process. It is independent. It is independent of oxygen. It is seen in all the living organism. It is seen in all living organism. Both prokaryotic cell, both prokaryotic and eukaryotic, cell perform this respiration, and the respiration process which is performed by a cell, that is known as cellular respiration. Respiration. So what are the key points which we have gathered till now? That what is respiration? Respiration is a chemical process, beta. Chemical process. It is a chemical process, beta. Chemical process of breakdown of food and energy is released. Then it is a multi-step process. It is independent of oxygen. What does that mean? That whether oxygen is there or whether oxygen is absent, respiration will occur. Now all the living organisms can perform respiration. Now let's move forward. Steps of respiration. Now what are the different steps of respiration? Breaking down of glucose into pyruvate. This step happens in the cytoplasm. Now this step happens in the cytoplasm. Glucose molecules is broken into pyruvic acid. Glucose is break down into pyruvic acid. Glucose molecules composed of 6 carbon atom, while pyruvic acid is composed of 3 carbon atom. Ma'am, we couldn't get it, obviously. Now what is happening here? This is the cell. Cell is having the digested food. That digested food is C6H12O6. This will break down into pyruvate. That is C3H4O3 into two molecules. Now this whole theory is of this flowchart, that when in the cell cell have the digested food in the form of glucose, that is a 6 carbon atom is break down into pyruvate or a pyruvic acid, that is C3 molecule. Okay, now this glucose is not directly break down into pyruvate. That is a series, that is a 10-step series known as glycolysis. Glycolysis. That is lysis of breakdown of glucose. This is a hard step, that glucose to fructose to fructose 6 phosphate. There are many steps, okay, that you'll be handling in class 11, that glucose to glucose 6 phosphate, then fructose 6 phosphate. These are the series of the steps. Done, ma'am. Now let's return back to theory. Fate of pyruvic acid, beta. Further breakdown of pyruvic acid takes place in the mitochondria, beta. Okay, first of all, you see that this step happens in the cytoplasm. Now, next step happen in mitochondria. The molecules formed depend on the type of respiration of a particular organism. Respiration is of two types: aerobic respiration and anaerobic respiration. Now, ma'am, can you just explain one more time in a flow chart? Yes, I'm going to explain. Now, this chart will become clumsy. Let me bring you a new chart. When glucose break down into pyruvate. Okay, now this step is known as glycolysis, happening in cytoplasm. Right, now after this, if there is presence of O2, beta, if there is presence of O2 beta, then the final product is CO2 plus H2O plus energy, beta, plus energy. Now, this type of respiration is known as aerobic respiration. That is known as aerobic respiration. Done. Now, this process is known as respiration. Now, if I want to frame it in a line, what is aerobic respiration? The respiration which happens in the presence of oxygen. That will gives you CO2 plus H2O plus energy. Now let's come back to anaerobic respiration. Now, ma'am, what is this anaerobic respiration? Let me draw. Now, anaerobic respiration, if it is glucose, if it is happen in other organisms, glucose will break down into pyruvate. Ma'am, which organism? Let's say yeast. Okay, let's say yeast. And yeast do not require oxygen. That is absence of oxygen. Absence of oxygen in yeast. What will happen? It will form ethanol plus CO2 plus energy, beta, plus energy. It will form the ethanol, that is C2H5OH. That is your ethanol. Now this energy is formed sometimes in humans also. What will happen if you suddenly start joining the gym? After 10 days you feel like cramping, your muscles will not contract properly. What is the appropriate reason? Do you have a thought of it? What does actually happen, beta? In that process, in gymming, after the gymming, actually the amount of energy is used is quite higher. That will causes what? That will causes body will become what? Oxygen deficient. Body will become will body will become body will become oxygen deficient due to heavy workout, due to heavy workout. Now, due to heavy workout, what will happen? That there will be a lack of oxygen, beta. Now here is glucose will break down into pyruvate. That pyruvate is break down in the lack of oxygen. Forming lactic acid, beta. Lactic acid plus energy. Now this lactic acid, beta, will accumulate in the muscle cells, and that causes cramps. Muscle cramps, beta. Or this question can be asked. This question will be asked in your exam, that what is muscle cramps? What is muscle cramps, beta? What is muscle cramps? So let's move forward. Why do we need to breathe? We need to breathe for the energy. Obviously, if respiration won't happen, then energy will not form, and that will not used by the cells. So then no life processes to perform. Various life processes. Done. Respiration versus breathing. There is a myth. Somebody thinks that respiration is breathing only, but no. If I'll show the comparison between them, if I'll talk about breathing is what? It is a physical process. And exchanges of gases takes place. Takes place. No energy is used. But if I'll talk about the respiration, that is a biochemical process. You know that. Energy is released. So this is the major difference between your breathing and your respiration. Your respiration. Now, types of respiration. Let's have a quick recall that what is it? Now, this type of respiration happens in the presence of oxygen. Done. Pyruvic acid is converted into carbon dioxide. Done. Energy is released and water molecule is also formed as the end product. Done. Anaerobic respiration. This type of respiration happens in the absence of oxygen. Sorted. Pyruvic acid is either converted into ethylene alcohol or lactic acid. Ethylene alcohol usually formed in case of anaerobic respiration in microbes, and lactic acid formed in some microbes and as well as in the muscle cells. So that is ethylene that is your ethylene alcohol, that is your ethanol. Okay, ethyl alcohol, let me say. Okay, so let's move forward then. That is a quick recall. Now here is your NCERT chart over here, where we can see the glucose in the cytoplasm is breakdown into pyruvate. Pyruvate is a conjugate base of pyruvic acid. Now pyruvate will be converted in yeast, it will be converted into ethanol and carbon dioxide. If it is lack of oxygen, then it will be forming lactic acid plus energy, and if it is presence of oxygen, it will form carbon dioxide, then carbon dioxide plus water and energy. And if I'll talk about the differentiate between aerobic and anaerobic respiration beta. Now aerobic respiration takes place in the presence of oxygen, and anaerobic respiration takes place in the absence of oxygen. Aerobic respiration takes place in mitochondria beta, whereas anaerobic respiration takes place in cytoplasm. End products is CO2 and H2O. End product is lactic acid and alcohol. More amount of energy is released, less amount of energy is released. Equation you can see, glucose into pyruvate, CO2 plus H2O plus energy. Here glucose, pyruvate, ethanol, H2O and energy. In muscle cell it is glucose, pyruvic acid, lactic acid plus energy. So I think now it is clear that now you can draw the diagram by using this, and you can say, you can differentiate between the aerobic respiration as well as your anaerobic respiration. I think now the concept is clear. Okay, let's move forward. Exchanges of gases in plants. Exchanges of gases takes place in plants through stomata and lenticles. The large intercellular spaces ensure that all cells in contact with air, carbon dioxide and oxygen are exchanged by the diffusion. Okay. Now the direction of diffusion depends upon the environment condition and the requirement of the plant beta. Through stomata, exchanges of gases takes place through the process of diffusion beta. Okay. Let's move forward now. Alcohol fermentation, as I've already told you that yeast will do in yeast, and yeast is used to make beer also. In yeast what will happen? Glucose is breakdown into pyruvate, and pyruvate is breakdown into absence of O2. That gives you ethanol plus CO2 plus energy. Now this CO2 is used in breads also. Yeast is used in bread also. You must be known that fact that the puffiness of the bread comes because CO2 basically elevated the level of the cake. That is why CO2 gas is used in bakeries for making breads or cakes, right? That is known as alcohol fermentation. Lactic acid fermentation, that will be happening through, that is your glucose is turned into pyruvate. Now this pyruvate will be lack of oxygen will causes lactic acid plus energy. So this is the lactic acid fermentation. This is how lactic acid is formed beta. Okay, let's move forward. Photosynthesis, as I've already told you enough about it. Human respiratory system. Now what is human respiratory system? Human respiratory system is responsible for exchanges of gases. exchanges of gases in humans. Now, human respiratory system consists of nostrils, then nasal passage or nasal cavity, then pharynx, then larynx, larynx is also known as the voice box. Voice box, that is your larynx. Then your trachea bronchi, lungs, bronchioles, then alveoli, where the exchanges of gases takes place. So this is the passage beta. This is the passage of the air for the exchanges of gases. Beta. Let's move forward. You can see over here that oxygen rich, oxygen rich air from the environment goes to the nasal cavity, pharynx, then pharynx के ऊपर that is larynx, that is trachea, then bronchi, bronchioles, because we have just mentioning that the bronchi is the part of the lungs, then bronchioles, then alveoli of the lungs, then exchanges of gases, oxygen takes place and carbon dioxide in the alveoli. Now the alveoli, carbon dioxide rich blood, alveoli comes to bronchioles, then to bronchi again, comes to trachea again, nasal cavity, and then it will be removed from the nostrils. Now this is the passage for exchanges of gases. Let's move further. In humans, air is taken to the blood, into the body. Basically in humans, air is taken into the body through the nostrils. The air passage through the nostrils and is filtrated by the hairs. Now in nasal passage, beta, write it down. In nasal passage, there are the fine, it is basically divided by the nasal septum. Having fine hairs and mucus, that entraps, that capture the dust and microbes which can harm to the lungs, captures the dust and microbes which can harm to the lungs, Let's move forward. That is your trachea. Now trachea is a tube-like structures having a cartilaginous ring-like structure over here. Okay, that is basically formed by cricoid cartilage. Which cartilage? Cricoid. Cricoid cartilage, beta. Cricoid cartilage. Which prevents collapsion. Which prevent collapsion. Which prevent collapsion of trachea. Collapsion of trachea. Collapsion of trachea, beta. Collapsion of trachea. Now let's move forward. Alveoli. Now what are these alveoli? Alveoli are the balloon-like structures which is rich in blood vessels and which are made up of squamous epithelium, which are covered by your squamous epithelium, which is made up of squamous epithelium. What is the function of alveoli? Help in the diffusion of gases. Now, what is there? Wall of alveoli only one cell thick wall where the exchanges of gases takes place. It contains an extensive network of blood vessels that help in exchanges of blood vessels which help in exchange of gases, beta. That help in exchange of gases. So let's move further. Inspiration as well as expiration. Now what is this inspiration? You must be thinking, ma'am, what is inspiration and what is expiration? Right? Now the muscle the muscles of the diaphragm contracts. Now, ma'am, what is this diaphragm? And you didn't explain the much about it. So what is this diaphragm? Ma'am, what is this diaphragm? Now, the diaphragm is a layer. It is a layer. What this layer do? This layer separate. It is a membrane, not a layer. It is a membrane that basically divides the respiratory system from abdominal system, from abdomen basically. Now, inspiration or inhalation, intake of oxygen is known as inhalation. Now, when the inhalation process is done, what will happen when you inhale? What is happening? Your chest cavity will become broad. So the ribs moves upward and outward. Now what is this upward and outward, ma'am? That means when you're taking the chest cavity increases, so that a large amount of air can enter into it, right? Now the diaphragm in the terms basically goes down. In inspiration, the diaphragm will goes down. Okay, the volume of thoracic cavity increases. Now, what is this thoracic cavity? Where the lungs and the heart, the cavity which includes the rib cage, the lungs and the heart, that is known as your thoracic cavity. Now the volume of thoracic cavity increases. Now air enters the lungs through nose. Air is entering. Air enters through nose. Through nose beta. Now the muscle or diaphragm contracts beta. Contracts. And move downwards. And move downwards beta. Done? Okay. If I'll talk about the exhalation, now the muscle of the diaphragm relaxes and it makes the dome shape structure. It makes the dome shape structure. So यहाँ पे क्या हो जाएगा? What will happen here? It will relax. The diaphragm goes upwards now and becomes dome shape like structure. Now the ribs moves downward, where it will move downwards and inwards. Downwards and inwards beta. The ribs, because now the air is going to release from the thoracic cage. The volume of air decreases. Decreases. Now air goes out. Air goes out from the lungs, from lungs to nose, through nose, through nose beta, from lungs through nose. Will it be clear? The muscle of, let me write it one more time. Okay, now let's move next one. Respiratory volume beta. There are many volumes, but what is the residual volume? What is residual volume? What is residual volume? Residual volume. The volume left after forceful expiration. Forceful expiration or exhalation. That is approximately 1200 ml. 1200 ml. Okay, so let's move next. Hemoglobin now. Hemoglobin, what is this hemoglobin? It is a red pigment. It is a red pigment present in the RBC. Present in RBC. Present in RBC that bind with the oxygen and makes an oxyhemoglobin. Oxyhemoglobin. This will transport to all the cells. To all the cells beta. Now why this red pigment is important? Because if this red pigment decreases, what will happen? Oxygen binding capacity will decrease. Now the body will become what? Oxygen deficient, and that will cause us what? That is a condition. It is common in anemia, that the patient will feel breathlessness, lassitude, that is your lethargicness. You'll be seen in this symptom. That is your anemia in this disease. So let's move forward. Epiglottis. Now, trachea has a fab-like structure beta. It is having a fab-like structure known as your epiglottis. Epiglottis that prevents the food. What is the function beta? What is the function? Function is to prevent, prevent the food entering the windpipe. There is a condition known as hiccups. Beta. Hiccups comes when small particle of food entering by chance in the trachea, and that is the force exerting by the lungs to take it out from the trachea. That is your hiccups. Beta. Now, this is an NCRT cutlet of yours that would say that tobacco, bidi, smoking is very bad for the health. Why it is bad? Because it will destroy the hair present in nose. So it will be more prone to infections. Beta. Infections. So let's move forward. Smokers is injurious for health. That causing lung cancer is one of the common causes for the death in the world. Upper part of the respiratory tract is provided small hairs, that's I said, the cilia help in removing of germs and dust particles which is present in your inhaled air. Smoking destroy these hairs. That is why smoking is injurious to health. You shouldn't be, and you shouldn't support also. Respiration in fishes, beta. In fishes, the respiration organ, they're having the gills, and their respiratory rate is quite high. Their breathing rate is quite high. Why the breathing rate is high, beta? Because amount of oxygen present in air is more. Then in water the amount of oxygen is less basically. So when they take the H2O, basically it will takes the O2 and releases the CO2. Okay, so because they are taking the dissolved oxygen present in water. That is why their breathing rate is quite high. And also these gills are covered by a cap like structure, basically a jacket like structure known as your operculum. Operculum, beta. Operculum. Okay, so this is the respiration in gills, or the exchanges of gases in gills. Now, that is respiration in insects. That is a tracheal system. If I'll talk about the cockroaches, they're having a spiracles, and some animals having skin. They breathe, they diffuse, or the exchange of gases. The exchanges of gases takes place through skin. You have to name this organism. And yes, this is all about the respiration is in insects. Now, let's have one more time a break and let's have a question. I think we have solved this one, that what is the function of villi? That is the increase the surface area. Name the green dot like structure in some cells observed by a student when a leaf peel was reviewed under a microscope. What is the green pigment? So the green pigment over here, so the green pigment over here, to the green pigment over here, the green pigment over here, the green pigment over here is chlorophyll, and these are the guard cells and the green dot like structure. But yes, I am just referring it as black, but the green dot like structure is your chloroplast, is your chloroplast beta, chloroplast, chloroplast. Now let's move forward beta. State one difference between autotrophic mode and heterotrophic mode. Now, what is the one main difference between your autotrophic and your heterotrophic mode? Yes, anybody? That they can make their own food. They can make their own food. They can make their own food. Own food. And they can't make their own food. They can't make their own food with inorganic matter, inorganic matter, with inorganic matter, with inorganic matter, with inorganic matter beta. Okay, so let's see the next. So let's see the next one. That is the transportation now. What is the transportation? You can see a bus over here. Yes, ma'am, I'm going for vacation because I really need it. That's it. But after the exam, when you cleared, that is the masti. Okay, that is you can actually enjoy. Okay, but not right now. Right now, you're having a pressure of having exams. So I get it. So this bus is not for you. This bus is for me because I'm going for a ride. But what is transportation? Anyone? Anybody know about what is transportation? Anybody? Can I say that when or movement of object, just a second. Can I say movement of object from one point to another it's called transportation. It's called transportation. Yes, ma'am, you're right. But what is the point of discussing here? Have you ever given a thought that how you got the nutrients in every cell? What is the basic medium from which you get your nutrients? Because we have trillions of cells, right? So, for that, can I have the blood? What is blood? Blood is the largest connective tissue. Blood is the largest connective tissue. Largest connective tissue. Connective tissue. Blood is the largest connective tissue that helps in transportation. That helps in transportation. that helps in transportation of nutrients, of nutrients, of nutrients, then nitrogenous waste, nitrogenous waste, oxygen, etc. So can I sum up that what is blood? That what is blood? Blood is a fluid matrix. Blood is a fluid. Blood is a fluid matrix. Matrix that transport first nutrients, oxygen, nitrogenous waste, and many substances and other substances. Now what is this fluid matrix? Now that fluid matrix, and which is matrix, is something that is present between the cells, and also fluid, it is a fluid. Also I would like to say that blood is a mesodermal origin, is a mesodermal origin. Now what is this mesodermal origin? We are having 3 germ layers, right? We're having 3 germ layers. What are the 3 germ layers? We're having ectoderm, mesoderm, and endoderm. These are the 3 germ layers, beta. These are the 3 germ layers from which are all body parts are made of. Okay? That all body parts are made of. So blood is a mesodermal origin. Blood is a mesodermal origin. Now, let's move to the next part. What are the components of blood, beta? What are the components of blood? Now, what are the components of blood? We are having divided into the plasma, that is 55%, and formed cells, that is 45%, beta. Now this plasma contain what? This plasma contain of water, proteins, salts. Also in proteins we are having albumin, beta, which regulates the osmotic pressure, salts, and also immunoglobulins. You know, in 2021, at the time of COVID, there is a term known as plasma therapy. We have heard a lot about this plasma therapy that is helped in COVID. That the patients which have less immunity get to high its immunity by plasma infusion. Are you get it? So this is why? Because plasma contains your immunoglobulins. That contains your immunoglobulins. Also, what are the 3? And also, what are the 3 form cells? I'm just coming right back. It is a straw colored fluid. It is a straw colored fluid, beta. Straw colored fluid. Now, what are these three? These are RBCs, WBCs, and platelets, beta. And platelets. Beta. These are what? These are the three form cells. These are what? These are the three form cells. Now, do we have another name? Yes, we have the other name. The RBC is known as erythrocytes. Erythrocytes. These are called leukocytes. And these are known as thrombocytes. These are known as thrombocytes. These are the three names. These are the three names. Which is another thing. We'll be discussing it. Okay. Till then, let's see about what are the function of the blood. So, let me just get my transporting oxygen. Sorry, I choose some another pen. Transporting oxygen and nutrients to the lungs and the tissues. Obviously, there will be a connection between cell to cell that is covered by the blood, forming blood clots to prevent excessive of blood loss. Forming blood clots by what? By the platelets, carrying cells and antibodies that fights infection. That is your leukocytes. Bringing waste product to the kidney and the liver, which filter and clean the blood. Now you must be thinking, ma'am, here kidney is the one that is help in the detoxification or removal of waste product, that is your nitrogenous waste. But why liver? Liver is the one that helps to remove the toxins, that helps in detoxification, that removes the toxins from the blood, and also that regulates the temperature, that regulates the body temperature. So let's move further. That what is blood plasma? As I have already told you, what is the plasma? Plasma is a straw colored fluid. You can see over here that this is all 55% here is the plasma. But what is the composition of blood? How the blood is formed? So what I have done, what I can show you, this a small thing that, let me take a test tube over here. In this test tube, I'll fill this test tube with blood. I filled this test tube with blood. Okay, now just a second, let me just draw a thicker test tube over here. Now, yes, this is a test tube filled with blood, beta. Now what I'll do, I'll just centrifuge this blood in a centrifugal machine. Okay, I do the centrifuge this blood by the process of centrifugation. Centrifugation. Centrifugation in machine. After the process of centrifugation, what I observe that plasma, that 45% of RBCs is settled down. 1% is known as your buffy coat, which carries your platelets and your WBCs, and above that we are having a plasma which is 55%, So this is how the composition of blood is there, how the components of blood are segregated by the process of centrifugation. Now let's see about the formed cell, that is your RBCs, that is also known as your erythrocytes. Erythrocytes are the enucleated. What is enucleated? Can anybody tell me what is enucleated? Nucleated. That means no nucleus is present. No nucleus is present. Biconcave in shape. You can see over here that they're having a concavity. They're having a biconcave shape. Also, 95% of space is empty. 95% of space is empty. 95% of space is empty. And what is the common count? What is the normal count? That is 4.5 to 5.5 million per mm cube. That is the normal RBC count. That is 4.5 to 5.5 million per mm cube. Below this, there is a condition. If below this, there is a condition known as anemia. There is a condition known as anemia, which is common in females. Females experiences breathlessness, lassitude, that is all over. They feel lethargic. And in the case of anemia, females generally have less RBCs. Now, what is the function of RBC? RBC basically carries oxygen. They're having a pigment also, that is known as a hemoglobin. That is hemoglobin. So let's move forward about the white blood cells, that is the fighting cells, that basically what provide the protection against the pathogens, just like coronavirus. So let's see about the white blood cells. They are also known as the leukocytes. Which are approximately 6,000 to 10,000 or 14,000 in number. That is 6,000 to 10,000 commonly, approximately. And they are divided into two major types, and they are divided into two major types. That is granulocytes, that is granulocytes, granulocytes and agranulocytes, agranulocytes, agranulocytes. Now, what are these granulocytes that having a granules? There are three major types, that are eosinophils, basophils, and neutrophils, Now, what is this eosinophils? Eosinophils increases in number when there will be an inflammation. Now, what is this inflammation, ma'am? Have you ever seen or just grab attention when you just hit your hand and there will be a swelling with redness, and sometimes you cannot move your hand either, so that is your loss of function. That are the symptoms of inflammation. That is calor, heat. Calor means heat, rumber means redness, and loss of function. If I talk about the basophils now, basophils increases when there will be an parasite infection, or there will be an allergens. And what are the neutrophils? Neutrophils are the first defense mechanism. They are having a first defense mechanism. They are more in number. If I'll talk about the granulocytes, granulocytes are divided into monocytes. That is the largest WBC. Monocytes. Just a second. Let me write it in the next page for you people, so that you can easily differentiate. That is agranulocytes. Agranulocytes are monocytes. They're the largest WBC. Monocytes that got aggregated at the time of injury. Monocytes and lymphocytes. Lymphocytes are divided into T cells and B cells. B cells give the direct halla bol types. Okay, they basically fight directly to the invader. And T cells are also known as the helper T cells. They help. Helper T cells. They help actually. Helper T cells. So these are the agranulocytes. I think now the concept is clear. Let's move forward about the platelets. Platelets are also known as thrombocytes. What is this thrombocytes? Thrombocytes basically 1.5 to 2.5 lakh in count. Approximately, I'm telling you. Below this, there is a condition, there is a disease that is caused by Plasmodium. Can you just name? Not by Plasmodium. there is a condition where the platelets count is decreases. What disease is it? What disease is it where the platelet count decreases? Where the platelet count decreases. The infection which is caused by Plasmodium is malaria, but in malaria there will be a first symptom, that is high fever. But what is the main symptom where the thrombocyte count? What is the main disease where the thrombocytes count decreases? Name that. This is for you. This is question for you. Name that disease. Thrombocytes. Thrombocytes, what is the actual mechanism? Okay, how the platelets prevents bleeding? Let's see a case. Suppose this is a hand of mine. Is suppose a hand of mine. I got a cut. What will happen? Monocytes, platelets, aggregates, and forming a temporary plug, which is known as the hemostatic plug, which is also known as the hemostatic plug. Not only this, there is many proteins like fibrin also coming. Okay, that basically stop and forms the clot. Now, after this temporary plug, it is displaced by scar tissue. So that is the main mechanism where the basically that aggregates thromboplastin. It releases thromboplastin releases, and basically it releases fibrin also, vitamin K, and Ca plus is important for prevention of bleeding. There are some diseases also in which the clotting time, CT and BT bleeding time got increased. Can you just name that disease? Can you name that disease? That disease is common in India. It is the most common diseases in India in which the bleeding time and clotting time get prolonged. So I just want that name from you. So I think now the mechanism of forming platelets, forming a clot is clear now, right? Thromboplastin. Now let's move further. Formation of clots is necessary at the point of injury. Why it is important? If there will be no blood clot, what will happen? Loss of blood is there. Loss of blood is there, which causing ischemia, and a person may die because of shock. Hemogenic shock. A person can die because of hemogenic shock. If not hemogenic, what causes ischemia? Ischemia causes body will become what? Body will become what? Oxygen deficient. Body will become what? Oxygen deficient, and there will be a multiple organ failure. There will be an multiple organ failure also. These are the events which cause if there will be a no blood clot. I hope I'm clear. Now, the tubes, the blood vessels. We're having three major. That is your artery. That is first one is the arteries, veins, and capillaries, and capillaries, and capillaries, and capillaries. Arteries are the deep seated. Let's discuss this point as well. If I'll talk arteries, veins, and capillaries, okay, flow of blood, flow or the direction, pressure, thickness. Now, it basically moves heart to all the body parts, hearts to all the body parts, because it carries more oxygenated blood. Because it carries more oxygenated blood. Heart to all the body parts, and it carries more oxygenated blood. Now, veins carries blood from body to the heart, because it carries more deoxygenated blood, because it carries more deoxygenated blood, right? That are, what is the direction? To arterioles, to arterioles, to arterioles, arterioles to venules, arterioles to venules, the capillaries. The pressure and location, pressure is high because it receives the blood from the heart. And what is the location? That is deep seated. Okay, the pressure is medium, and they are superficial. The pressure is medium, beta. The pressure is medium. And in capillaries, the pressure is low. And it's scattered all the organs, all over the organs. Thickness. This is thick, and elastic. Thick and elastic. Veins are having thin but having walls. Which prevents backflow. Which prevents backflow of blood, because blood is flowing against the gravity. Blood is flowing against the gravity. And here they are thin. They are very thin. So that diffusion can take place. You can write, you can see any difference, any doubt. Now, let's move forward. You can see the open walls in the veins when it is carrying upward. These are the walls. And these are the closed walls. These are the closed walls. Get it? Now, heart. That is the most suspicious organ I ever seen. That is, heart is made up of your cardiac muscles. Cardiac muscles. They are made up of cardiac muscles, beta. They're made up of cardiac muscles. And also, it is made up of 3 type of muscles. They're made up of 3 type of muscle. The outermost is pericardium. The inner wall. The second wall. Can you differentiate? Yes. The second wall is myocardium. And the innermost layer, beta, it is the endocardium. This is the endocardium. These are the layers of heart. You can see there is a highly muscular having a rhythmic motion, because they have to pump the blood so that all the organs can receive the blood, because it created the pressure so that all the blood can pass through the body. Okay, so these are the 3 main layers. Of the heart. Now, you can see over here, this is the diagram of your NCERT, which heart is divided into 4-chambered heart. 4-chambered heart. Now, we have animals which are having a 3-chambered heart, all the reptiles except crocodile. Crocodile having a 4-chambered heart. That is, 2 is atrium. 2 is atrium. And 2 are ventricles. 2 are ventricles. So 2 are atrium, 2 are ventricles. You can see receiving of blood from upper 2 chamber. Upper 2 chambers are basically right. The heart is divided into right side and left side. And also you can see the blood, the largest artery, that is the aorta, vena cava, upper, that is superior vena cava, and inferior vena cava. They are divided by the septum, which is dividing the walls, so that it prevents mixing of the blood. So let's see the direction. What is it? Here is the diagram you can see over here. Now let's see how. This is a flowchart and this is important. This might be This might be asked in your exam in 3-marker question. Make a smile over here. That means it is important. That is important. Now, when a body parts receive the blood from vena cava. Vena cava receives what? Deoxygenated blood. Which type of blood? Deoxygenated blood. Deoxygenated blood, beta. Deoxygenated blood. So body organs which carries deoxygenated blood will goes to right atrium, because right side carrying deoxygenated blood. Right side carrying deoxygenated blood. It goes to the right atrium, to the right ventricle. Right? Through the right ventricle, it goes to the pulmonary artery. To the pulmonary artery. Now, ma'am, there is a ma'am, now there is an exception. Yes, there is an exception in arteries and veins. Not all the arteries carries oxygenated blood. There is an artery known as pulmonary, known as pulmonary artery and pulmonary vein. Now this carries oxygenated blood. This carry oxygenated blood, and this carries deoxygenated blood. This carry deoxygenated blood, beta. Deoxygenated blood. I think that is cutting in the frame. 1 second. This pulmonary artery carrying deoxygenated blood, beta. Blood. So now, coming back to the diagram again. Now, through the right ventricle, it goes to the pulmonary artery, and through the pulmonary artery, it goes to the lungs. Now, there what is happening? Let's see. Now, by carrying the deoxygenated blood by pulmonary artery, PS the pulmonary artery, it will goes to the lungs. It will goes to the lungs and goes to the alveoli. Now pulmonary artery will create the branches, that is capillaries, which to what? There will be an exchanges of gases. CO2 it will give, and then again branches will be there, and that branches that is arterioles to venules, and then it will be forming a pulmonary vein. So CO2 will be there, and then that CO2 will goes out from the nose, and then this O2, that is oxygenated blood, will carry again by pulmonary vein, coming back to the heart, and goes to the left chamber, that is left atrium, and through left atrium it will goes to left ventricle, and after that it will goes to aorta. And then again the body. This type of circulation is known as double circulation. This is the alveoli. Let me make it alveoli, and this is the exchanges of gases CO2, and will be NO2, and this is alveoli, this is capillaries. Okay, so you can make this flow chart in the diagram as well. Now through the pulmonary vein it comes back to left come back to left atrium, then through left ventricle it goes to the main aorta, and then again to the body parts. This is a double circulation. This type of circulation is known as double circulation. Why do we need to pump blood? So that all the body organs, so that all the body organs, so that all the body organs can get blood, and blood carries your nutrients. Right? So that is why we need to pump the blood. Beta. Now let's move forward about the blood pressure. What is the blood pressure? Sometimes you just heard about your mom that, no, just go away because I'm having a rise in blood pressure. That is known as your blood pressure. The normal blood pressure, that is the pressure which is basically experienced by the blood vessels, is known as blood pressure. The normal blood pressure is 120 mmHg by 80 mmHg, and the machine is known as sphygmomanometer. That is your sphygmomanometer. Sphygmomanometer. Sphygmomanometer, that is here. Sphygmomanometer. Now this is the device through which you can measure your blood pressure. That is your systolic by diastolic. 120 is systolic and 80 is diastolic. Now what is this systolic pressure and what is diastolic pressure? Now there is some, just wait a moment, I'll just tell you about the systole as well as the diastole. Let's move further about the lymphatic system now. What is this lymphatic system? Lymphatic system is also called as your drainage system, also known as your drainage system. What is your drainage system? Now what is this drainage system? It basically flows parallel to the circulatory system, and it protects the body, it maintains the fluid level, absorb dietary fats, and it is a site of maturation of your lymphocytes. What is lymph? Lymph is a colorless fluid because it do not have hemoglobin. That is a site for, lymph is a site for maturation of lymphocytes. Lymphocytes. Function of lymphs, let's see. Lymph carries proteins and large particulate matter away from the tissue space that products harm to the body. End products of digestion are absorbed mainly by the lymph channel. Important role in redistribution of fluid, that means that maintain your osmotic pressure as well as your fluidity in the body. Bacteria, toxins and other foreign bodies are removed from the tissue. maintenance of structural and functional integrity of the tissue, and in immune response of the body, because that is a space or that is a site for the maturation of your lymphocytes. Thought of the way. Now, what is the thought of a way? My thought of a way, that you guys are really exhausted still now, because we have come along a lot way. So let's crack some questions also. That what are the questions, important questions? Hypertension. Hypertension. What is hypertension? When the normal BP, when there will be rise in normal BP, and that is idiopathic. We don't know the exact meaning. We don't know exact condition why the BP got raised. That condition known as hypertensive. The high blood pressure will be ranged for 150 to 160 and mmHg by 80 to 110 mmHg. That is the high blood pressure. That is the high blood pressure. This is known as hypertension. This is known as hypertension. Let's move forward. Define the term systole. Define the term systole. What is the systole? When there will be ventricular contraction, it's called as systole, is known as systole. When there will be a ventricular contraction, okay, that is known as the term systole. What is the term diastole? Ventricular relaxation. Ventricular relaxation is known as diastole. That is ventricular relaxation. What is blood pressure now? You know that now. What is systolic pressure? What is systolic pressure? What is systolic pressure? That is 120 mm. That is a systolic pressure. Systolic mmHg. Now what is this systolic pressure? That is the ventricular, the pressure which is basically exerting at the time of ventricular contraction is known as your systolic pressure by 80 mmHg. Now the pressure that is recorded at the time of ventricular relaxation is known as your diastole. That is your blood pressure. What is the instrument? Which is the instrument? Instrument is sphygmomanometer. Sphygmomanometer is known as the device which is used for recording the blood pressure. Diastolic pressure. The diastolic pressure. What is diastolic pressure? The pressure recorded at the time of ventricular relaxation. Ventricular relaxation. Ventricular relaxation. This is known as diastolic pressure. Now let's summarize that what is the theory which you need to write in your 3-mark question. So what is the theory which you have to write? Just have a look on it. And this is the transporting of blood from heart to all the part of the body. Right? Now, oxygen-rich blood from the lungs entered from the left atrium. The left atrium relaxes, and when it collecting the blood, then it contracts the next chamber. That is left ventricle. Ventricle expands so that the blood can transfer to it. From the left atrium, the blood is transferred from left ventricle to the bicuspid wall. Okay, that is bicuspid wall. From the left ventricle, the blood is pumped to the various part of the body through aorta. Aorta is the largest artery. Then oxygenated blood from the lungs enter to the left atrium through pulmonary veins. Yeah, that is the fate of oxygenation. Now, the deoxygenated blood is various part of the body is basically poured to the right atrium through the large vein, that is vena cava. As the right atrium contracts, the corresponding right ventricle expand, and also blood through the tricuspid wall. Now, the left ventricle having bicuspid wall, whereas the right one is having a tricuspid wall, collecting and then pump for the lungs for oxygenation by pulmonary arteries. In the lungs, the blood become oxygenated and come back to the heart through the pulmonary veins. So these are the 4 points you have to write with that flow chart. Am I clear? Now let's move further. Transportation in plants. Obviously, we need to transport. We need to see that what are the various substance, what are the various organs in them. Okay, what are the major part in them that basically perform the transportation, because everyone needs food, everyone needs water, everyone needs sunlight, every part of it. So how the transportation in plants takes place? Through xylem and phloem. Xylem is responsible for the transportation of water and minerals, whereas phloem is responsible for food such as sugars from leaf to all the part of the body. From leaf to all part of the body. Now, and it carries from roots to the leaves. Okay, from leaves, from leaves. Let's see systolic pressure now. Parts of xylem. What are the different parts of xylem? First part is xylem parenchyma, tracheids, vessels, and fourth one is fibers. These are the 4 major parts where only xylem parenchyma is living. All are dead. Let's see the parts of the phloem. That is your sieve tubes, phloem parenchyma, companion cells, and fibers. And fibers. And fibers. Now, they move bidirectional. They can move bidirectional. But xylem can move unidirectional. Unidirectional. Done? Now, how do transportation takes place in plants? Let's see. Let me draw a leaf over here. Suppose these are the roots. Okay. This is water. These are the roots. This is a leaf. Now, minerals and water through osmosis will be gained by root hairs, and by the root hairs there is a pressure which is basically exerted by root hairs, and then that water will goes to xylem of root. That pressure is known as xylem of root, and that pressure is known as your root pressure. That pressure is continuous. That pressure is known as root pressure. Then through xylem of the root, they have to be goes to the leaf, right? So by the transpiration pull. Now what is this transpiration pull? That is loss of water. Leaf is having some stomata beneath the leaf. They're having stomata so many stomata. So that suction, there is a suction pull upward. That is known as your transpiration pull. Transpiration pull. Now from there the water will transport upward. That is known as transpiration pull. Now let's see here. Xylem is a specialized vascular tissue in plants that transport water nutrients from the soil to the leaves. The flow of water is unidirectional and upward. I already told you that. It is responsible for replacing water through the transpiration and photosynthesis. Xylem is a complex tissue that composed of 4 basic type of cells, that is tracheids, vessels, fibers and parenchyma. The only living component is xylem parenchyma. The water is absorbed by the root and undergoes the cell-to-cell movement, as I told you, through osmosis until it reaches the xylem of the root. Then the water is then traveled through the plant and reaches to the leaf. This is known as ascent of sap. What is ascent of sap? As I have already told you that from the hair root, from the soil, and water is displaced. Water is basically through cell to cell, means through root hairs, through osmosis, the pressure, there will be a root hair will exert a pressure, that is suction, that is known as the root pressure. That pressure is continuous. Till then, the water will reach to the xylem of the root, upward, and then there will be an upward force, that is known as the transpiration pull. This process is known as ascent of sap. This is known as ascent of sap. At the root, the cell is in contact with the soil actively with the iron, causing a concentration difference between the roots and the soil. Water moves into the roots to eliminate this difference. Now this is the question, how? Now the absorbed water at the root hair undergoes cell to cell by osmosis until that will be reaches to xylem. Now this causes a continuous movement of water into the root xylem, creating a column of water that is steadily pushed upward, is known as root pressure. This is known as your root pressure. This alone isn't an ascent of sap. This alone is not an ascent of sap. The continuous supply of water to the xylem of the leaf replaces the water which is lost through the stomata. This is known as your transpiration. The evaporation of water is known as transpiration from the stomata, create a suction effect or a pull, that is known as the transpiration pull, that gives a pressure upward. This pulls water upward from xylem cells of the root to the xylem cells of the leaf. Transpiration helps in absorption and upward movement of water and minerals, called the ascent of sap. Now, root pressure plus transpiration pull is known as your ascent of sap. That is known as your ascent of sap. Transpiration also helps in temperature regulation. Now let's move forward. Root pressure is the positive pressure created by the movement of water to the soil, from the soil to the roots, for the upward movement of water. What is happening right now? There is an upward from the root hair to the xylem of the root. There is a positive pressure because there will be a concentration gradient, because there will be a concentration different, that created an upward pull, that is known as your root pressure. That is known as your root pressure. Let's move forward. Transpiration. What is transpiration? Transpiration is the loss of water from the plant, is known as your transpiration. Suction pull, I have already told you. You look at this. This is in this figure you can see the small droplets like structure. This is known as your transpiration. This is how the water get evaporated from the plant. Transport of food and other material is through the phloem beta. Through with the help of phloem, with the help of companion cells. That is a bidirectional. That is bidirectional. Now here's the topic that is known as your, finally we land up to a last topic, that is your excretion. Finally we end up with an excretion. Let's see what we have in this. The biological process involves the removal of harmful metabolic waste from the body is known as excretion. See, many harmful materials like many toxic nitrogenous waste such as urea, uric acid is harmful to the body, that has to be eliminated from the body through your excretion. That process is known as excretion. And which system is involved? That is your excretory system. Which system? Excretory system. So let's see what we have. We have the metabolic waste such as carbon dioxide, that is excessive water, sometimes excessive mineral salt, and nitrogenous waste such as your urea and your uric acid. Uric acid. Let's move forward. What are these? These are what? These are the ureter, then urinary bladder, urethra, kidney, aorta, and vena cava. Right? So this is the human excretory system. Right? This can might be asked in your exam. Okay? Now let's see what is actual happening. What is actual happening in the system? In this system, let me draw. This is aorta. Okay. Cool. Done. So this is aorta and this is vena cava. Now look at here. If this aorta will give a branch, if this aorta will give a branch to the kidney, that branch is known as your renal artery, beta. RA, renal artery. And again, renal artery will give branch to this kidney as well, that is renal artery. And then vein. When vena cava give a branch, it will be naming as renal means kidney only. Renal vein. And again there is a branch, that is renal vein. And there will be a yellow branch of ureter. Now there are many what units. That unit is known as your nephron. The what are nephrons? Nephrons are the structural. They are known as the structural functional unit. Structural functional unit of kidney. That is known as your nephron. Let's see what is happening in the. What is this nephron is made up of? Nephron is made up of malpighian corpuscles. Now they have a two part, that is Bowman's capsules. That is your Bowman's capsule, and inside it there is a group of blood vessels known as glomerulus. There is a cap shape. Bowman capsule is a capsule shaped like structure, and we have a tubule also. That tubule is divided into PCT, proximal convoluted tubule, loop of Henle, and DCT. Now what is actual in a kidney? Now can you see here? This is a kidney. Kidney is being magnified, and this is the nephron. Now what happening in the nephron? Let's see. Suppose this is Bowman's capsule and this is your glomerulus. And there will be an renal artery, renal vein. Okay, now what will happen? This renal artery carry oxygenated blood, beta, oxygenated blood. But can I name this blood as a dirty blood? Why, ma'am? Why dirty blood? Ma'am, why dirty blood? Dirty blood because that contains your metabolic waste. Now what is happening over here? Now here the exchanges that this will give give all the metabolic waste to the glomerulus, and this will give you all the metabolic waste. Now this blood will goes back to the through the renal vein. Why? Because all the after the ultrafiltration, this blood become clean, but deoxygenated. Now this deoxygenated blood will goes now again to the heart for the oxygenation, but that blood is a clean blood. Now what is actual happening in glomerulus? Suppose this is now the blood coming to the glomerulus is from efferent, called as efferent arteriole, and the blood will goes away from the glomerulus after what? After ultrafiltration, after the metabolic waste is being filtered, what will happen? It will goes back for the oxygenation, right? Through efferent arteriole, through efferent arteriole or efferent arteriole, efferent arteriole, right? Now after what is happening in the glomerulus, there is a filtration of that is known as glomerular filtrate. There are small molecules, much molecules which comes out, not the RBCs or WBCs. They are transparent because they do not have that red pigment. Now what are this molecules collectively known as? This molecules is collectively known as glomerular filtrate. Glomerular filtrate. Now what this filtrate contain? That filtrate contain glucose, amino acids, salt, water, and nitrogenous waste, and nitrogenous waste. Done. In this all the filtrate, there are some important material also, that is glucose, amino acids, salt, and water, right? That is need to be reabsorbed. That is done by the tubular part. Now this is the nephron. See this. See this. This is known as efferent arteriole because blood is coming to it, and this is called efferent arteriole, through which blood will go away to it. Blood goes away to it. This is your Bowman's capsule. This is your glomerulus. This is your collecting duct. PCT. This is loop of Henle. And this is your PCT, your proximal convoluted tubule. Now let's see what is happening. How the urine is formed. Glomerular filtration, you all understand. Selective reabsorption means PCT, DCT. That means PCT, DCT, PCT, DCT will reabsorb the important molecules, and tubular secretion. Now, nitrogenous waste. See this. Now this efferent arteriole is coming. The blood is coming to it, and the protein also molecules. Now this is what is happening. There is the protein, glucose will be filtrate. That is known as ultrafiltration. Other solutes will come back to the efferent arteriole. Now nitrogenous waste, glucose, water, amino acid and excessive salt from the blood are filtered. It's on an initial filtrate enters to the Bowman's capsule of the nephron. Now tubular secretion, what is happening? Through the tubular secretion, all the important material, that is urea, extra water and salt, are secreted into your tubule, which opens into a collecting duct and then into the ureter. That means in tubular secretion, reabsorption, what I'm trying to say, in glomerular filtration, in reabsorption, what is happening? The PCT and DCT, see this one. The selective reabsorption, that is through PCT and your DCT and your loop of Henle, what is happening? The important material will reabsorb and coming back to the body. And in tubular secretion, what is happening? Urea and extra water and salt are secreted into your tubule. That will open to a collecting duct. That collecting duct will goes to the ureter and start collecting the blood in the urinary bladder. The capacity of that bladder is 600 to 800 ml. And there is a GFR. That is glomerular filtration rate. The amount of blood filtered in a day. That is 1 point filtered. You're formed. What is glomerular filtration rate? That is 1.80 1.8 liter. 1.8 liter. That is your GFR. The rate by which glomerulus start filter the blood. That is known as your in a day. That is known as glomerular filtration rate. Urine is stored in a urinary bladder. The bladder is much muscular and it is basically made up of transitional epithelium. Now, the people who do not have kidney can survive by the artificial kidney known as hemodialysis. That is hemodialyser. The process is known as hemodialysis. It basically acts as your artificial kidney. You can see urine will be collected. Extra salt is being collected over here. There is a dialyser solution and the blood will be filtered and coming back in the body. Excretion in plant, that is the last one. Let's see what is excretion in plant. There is a flow chart. Carbon dioxide produced during respiration is excreted during the night through stomata. Oxygen in the daytime produced during the photosynthesis excreted in a day through stomata. Water vapor produced in most of the processes excreted day and night through transpiration. Stored solid and liquid in the form of shedding of the leaves, peeling of the bark, and felling of fruit. Gums and raisins that also provide protections also produced during the cuts of the bark, excreted as waste product irregularly through lenticles. Lenticles are the small pore-like structures. Now, this is the excretion in plants. Let's see homework that you have to need to done, that revise the whole syllabus. And yes, this is the one which I'm ending right now. This is the main whole things. I have just given you some questions also in the meantime, and that's it. Let's see you in the next lecture. I'm right here. I'm for you.